right. As everyone drops in, good morning a while. We'll be rolling here in just a second. Hey, top of the morning to you. Well, top of the morning to you as well. Yeah, we're getting ready to roll out here. I'm just waiting for the trailer to air up. That'll take a second, and the truck's got to catch up on air, and we'll be pulling out here probably within like a minute or two. Yeah, looks like we're going to have a rainy drive most of the way this morning. Hello? Well, hello to you as well. All right. Looks like we're ready to get out of here. Well, morning. I don't know if it's raining where y'all are, but it's been raining and storming here all night. Truck was rocking pretty good earlier. The wind was blowing, and I thought I had someone dancing on the back of the truck or something.
Continue on the current road.
It's muggy here in North Cal. Yeah, I'm hoping it cools off up this way. It's been in the mid-90s for days. Hoping this rain finally cools things off. What's that say? 92 in Boise. Holy cow. What are you up to? Still part of the freedom movement? As I can be in between work. I can't afford to sit anywhere anymore. But like I can pop in for a day or two somewhere here in the Northeast. Oh, hopes I turn my headlights on. I thought I had them on, but there was an extra click that I didn't hit. Hail too, holy cow. I didn't notice any hail here, but I could have missed it. Wish I could send you the rain. Yeah. What company do I drive for? I'm actually driving for an extremely small company, Landis & Sons Trucking now. Yep. Driving for Mike. Yeah, if there was hail here, I slept through it. I just know there was some high winds because it woke me up at one point because the truck was rocking pretty good. It's one of those things, you know, anything unusual when you're sleeping, you pop up and it's like, man, why is the truck rocking so much? Into an interview. So far, we don't really talk about the convoy. We just talk about business. But maybe someday I'll get them talked into doing an interview. I was gonna say, most everyone should know Mike. Yeah, that's why I'm not really worried about, you know, my participating in the convoy and the previous company firing me and stuff, because hell, Mike was there with us, and if something else comes up, he'll probably be there with us again. Think you'd rather drive at night with how hot it is in the daytime? Yeah, the problem in the daytime though is I'd rather drive at night as well, but the problem with trying to sleep in the daytime is an issue. Because these trucks get dang hot because they just sit there in that hot asphalt and soak in the sun all day. So yeah, it's a mixed bag. I like driving at night because I got the roads to myself. And running this freight out of the glass plant, they do most of their production at night because it's cooler and, you know, making glass is hot work. So usually the stuff comes off the line sometime in the early morning between like 2 and 5 a.m. So why does that keep shifting today? Well, let me get you all straight again. So it works out for me because, you know, you only hit one rush hour because, you know, you start early, you're usually shut down by dinner time. So it works out well. I'm going to throw this phone. Hold on a second. You guys are walking all over the place. I mean, I know it's Pennsylvania roads and it's messing up my mount, but still. Always drive at night, mess dispatch all up. Yeah, I had that issue too. Back when I worked at Prime, our night dispatch was basically just a warm body to answer the phone. they weren't very good at all. So what we would have to do is we'd have to, pre-schedule loads, and then I'd pick them up in the evening, drive through the night, and then in the morning my dispatcher would call me up and go, hey, you make it? Yep. You need another load? Yep. Schedule it for dinner time. All right, I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow. And that was my interaction with the dispatcher, basically. Which was nice, because he didn't bother me. I didn't bother him. We both made money. Everyone was happy, Rain's picking up a little bit. Let's give you all a little bit more wiper there. Well, me a little more wiper too, because I need to see the lines. Even though in Pennsylvania, apparently they don't paint the lines on the road, because I don't know if you guys can see them in the stream, but I can barely see them. This road's in dire need of a line painting. I gotta remember to shut Nightbot up. It's probably been about a month. Yeah, it's been a while. I can't remember the exact date off the top of my head, honestly. I've had so much else happen between then and now, Ended up being sick for 2 weeks, lost a job, did a lot of job hunting, I stayed pretty busy from when the convoy ended till now. They need to use glass bead reflective paint. That might help. Or just stick those reflectors in. Some states have the reflectors that they stick in every 100 feet or so. That way you just kind of do it like you'll land in an airplane. You just follow the reflectors. Yeah, when I was flatbedding, though, I wasn't able to run nights, but I still tried. Sometimes if I had a load and I could do it, I'd get up at, 1 o'clock or even earlier and be sitting at their gate at 7 in the morning when the work crew came in. Also makes deliveries easier when you're the first one there. Yeah, the worst part about this road not having good lines on it is this is the turnpike. You pay to drive on this. I don't think I'm getting my money's worth. The truck can see the lines. It's complaining, but I can't see them. Reflectors help, but the glass beads, reflective material over wet paint makes it seem like they're lighting up. Oh, that is nice. So that's those states where the lines almost glow then. I know what you're talking about. someone commented I have a working man's windshield now, because it was pretty well covered there at the end. Arizona uses the glass bead technology over the road marking paint a lot. Yeah, I don't know if I've driven in Arizona a whole heck of a lot. That's one of those states, unless you're going to Phoenix or something, really nothing travels through there, at least not that I hauled. Am I happy with the new company so far? Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's basically a gravy job for a trucker. I mean, we got dedicated parking every night, we got showers, we got bathrooms. I mean, it's a lot of the worries of trucking is, where are you going to park at night, or, how are you going to get a shower, where are you going to the bathroom, and this dedicated stuff solves all those concerns. And in eastern Tennessee, there's really not a lot of traffic, so, I mean, you got that benefit as well. Fuel? Nah, there's no fuel there. We are going to be making a fuel stop in about an hour and a half. But, yeah, that's the one downside. You gotta really plan your fuel in this dedicated account, because where it's situated in the Bristol area, there's not a lot of truck stops like real close by. Everything's like half an hour, 45 minutes away. What's up, MudPig? Not much. Just heading back to base camp. Heading down to Churchill, Tennessee to drop off some returns and pick up another load of glass for tomorrow. Sounds like a nice setup. Yeah, it's an incredible setup. The only problem I have with it is it's so far away from home that I'm going to rarely get to go home, but that's part of trucking. I mean, when I was OTR, I rarely got to go home too, so yeah, the other thing I enjoy about dedicated is you're not wondering where your next load's coming from, because I'm planned out weeks in advance, which is another big relief, because if you're running spot market freight or load board freight, you don't always know where your next load's going to come from. Yeah, by the way, sorry about not continuing the trip with y'all yesterday. Yet again, the phone started ringing, and I was on the phone from Virginia all the way up to Quakertown, pretty much. I had it all prepared to put it back live as soon as I got off the phone, because I was actually woken up by a phone call, but Well, we got a little long-winded and talked for hours. Was talking to old co-workers and old friends yesterday. Did a lot of catching up. Where are you heading, bud? We're heading to Churchill, Tennessee. Looks like store window front glass. Oh, is this like store window front glass? This is all kinds of glass. I've delivered picture frame glass, I've delivered window glass, and they do the big like sky rise glass too. Like the real big panels. But I haven't hauled the real big stuff yet. So far I've just done like shorter glass panels. Good night. Well, good night. Thank you for stopping by. Never been there? Well, Churchill is just north of Bristol. No, I always say north. It's not north. It's just outside of Bristol. For some reason, I have it stuck in my head that when you leave Bristol, yeah, don't mind me. But yeah, I have it stuck in my head that, yeah. Yeah, because you're on 81 south, and then yeah. My directions are messed up down that way, because 81 goes sideways. Heavy? Oh yeah, it's always max weight. On the way up here, I got pulled into every weigh station because I was 500 pounds off of 80,000. But coming back, it's always light. Because like this load here, I have returns. It's only 20,000 pounds of empty racks and busted glass. Wow, 80,000. Well, 80,000's total truck. It was 44 and change. But we're running heavy trailers as well because of how heavy the racks are. If we're doing the skyscraper glass, one rack of glass is over 20,000 pounds. So they need reinforced trailers with the heavyweight floors so that they could even get that in there without the forklift going through the bottom of the trailer.
In 10 miles, take exit 226 onto US 11 toward I-81.
Evening again, Mud. Well, evening. I have a drag car for sale in Bristol. Man, you should let me test drive it. No, I'm kidding. What's up, Mud Pig? How you doing tonight? Pretty good. Just heading back to Tennessee. Hey Mud Pig, what's up? Not much. Just heading down the highway in the rain today. Lines look better here. Yeah, it looks like they painted this section. You can actually see them. Back there for a while with the road being wet, you couldn't see them at all. Well, you gotta show up fashionably late. That means you're cool, right? Isn't that how it works? Karma, behave thyself. Even though you don't know how. Oh my. Yeah, I was wondering who Karma was too. I know a guy was always fashionable late, and he played the part well. As soon as he walked in, others were calling him as to who he was, as to where he was. Yeah. That's how it works. There's always that one guy that everyone expects to be there, and then, you know, about a half hour, an hour after the party starts, they stroll in, and then they get all the attention. It's like, hey, where you been? We missed you, you know? Bye for now. All right, well, have a good night. Blame it all on Zero, it's his fault. I'm here for you, Phil. You having fun? Safe travels today? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I've actually missed being behind the wheel and hauling freight. I mean, I enjoyed driving in the convoy as well, but there's just something about the freedom of doing your own thing, you know? I've never been big for corporate America or anything, you know? So trucking worked out well. Karma plays American Truck Sim with me and the guys. Ah. Is that why you end up with the flat tires all the time? Karma gets you.
In 2 miles, take exit 226 onto US 11 toward I-81.
Well, this is real life American Truck Simulator here.
In 1 3/4 miles, take exit 226. 226 on the right to US 11 North.
I knew you were going to say free. Trucking is free, yeah. I mean, it's free as in, well, you have freedom, but yeah, it sure is expensive to be a truck driver too, though. Hello, MudPig. Thought I would stop by and say hi before I get off to Dreamland. Well, thank you for stopping in. Yeah, I'll make sure to hit the train horns as I head by. You're up that way. This road looks smooth. Yeah, this is the turnpike. It's one of the best roads in PA.
Take exit 226 on the right.
Use the right lane to take exit 226 onto US 11 toward I-81.
I'll go medieval on you, Zero. And that brings up the question of pike, broadsword, or longsword.
In half a mile, keep left onto US 11 North toward I-81.
I choose the long.
In 1/4 mile, keep right to Harrisburg Pike, then keep left.
Alright, everyone think skinny thoughts as we get off the turnpike here. Oop.
Keep right to Harrisburg Pike, then keep left.
Keep left onto US 11 North toward I-81.
Keep left to US 11 North.
You knew you could multiplay American Truck Sim? Well, that's Zero's specialty there. He actually streams it online if you guys want to watch. I don't know, Zero, if you want to drop the link to your stream in here, but feel free.
In 3/4 of a mile, take a slight right turn to merge onto I-81 south toward Chambersburg.
South toward Chambersburg. In 3/4 of a mile, take the ramp on the right to I-81 south.
Don't mess
toward
with me on
Chambersburg.
ATS, I'll put you into a wall. Oh, goodness. That sounds like back when the NASCAR games were popular. I used to play those, and yeah, I was a dirty racer. He got to the point where you need a wheel and pedals. Yeah, I played just a tiny bit of American Truck Sim, and it actually wasn't bad.
Take the ramp on the
Like,
right
I expected
to
it to be
I-81 south toward
like a terrible
Past this
recreation of a
one,
truck.
then use the right lane to take a slight right turn to merge onto I-81 south toward Chambersburg.
But it wasn't terrible. It actually calculated the physics of driving a truck pretty well. Like, in the short time I played it, I was actually able to back into a dock door successfully with a keyboard and mouse, which, yeah.
For 59 miles, continue straight.
continue on I-81.
Dang it. Can't find it, grind it, right? Don't worry, MudPig out only. Like, oh no. Just that wall of text push you off the screen there. Follow Zero TV Squad. There we are. Yes, we are still planning on moving to Tennessee. It'll probably be sometime in the fall, though. We gotta get some revenue in so we can afford a down payment on a place. So, yep, I'm gonna be working hard here for a while. I'm the drunk CB singing on ATS. Oh no, not drunk CB singing. Game developers are getting very good at the physics and graphics. Yeah. I was impressed. Like I said, I didn't have a wheel or anything like that. Yeehaw. But, you know, it was pretty decent. It's pretty funny. Military train with VR stuff. I actually have a VR headset. I actually have two, actually. I have a Vive and I have a Quest. Yeah, the Quest is great for portability, but the resolution on the Vive you really can't touch. I used to play a lot in VR. Mainly Beat Saber, actually, as funny as it is. I really enjoyed that game, but also did a little bit of the Half-Life Alyx, and what was the other one? There was another really big VR game. I can't think what it is now. Oh, also did a little bit of iRacing in VR, but wasn't very good at it. I think Montana is the next for ATS. I have no idea there. I'm happy you found some work that'll help you and Kate. Yeah. And it's right in the area where we always said we wanted to move to. So I'm hoping this contract works out and this is going to be a very long-term deal because it's right where we wanted to live anyway. So it's going to be nice to basically be home every night at that point. entering the no-fly zone in Pennsylvania, down to 55. I have a G25 wheel that has a clutch, brake, gas pedal, and shifter. I always run the 10-speed manual. Or 18-speed manual, okay. Well, you shift more gears than I do. I only got a 10 in this truck. That's cool. I like local runs if you could be home every day. Yeah. And these local runs, they pay decently. I mean, after I take fuel and expenses out, I'm still doing around $1,000 a day, which you can't complain about, you know. They're working on Montana, more to come. Texas is a big state. More road for me to wreck zero. Oh, yeah. I could just see that now, you know, driving along, next thing you know, zero's like, hey, where'd my trailer go? Oh, I knocked it off. Karma equals brat. I don't know, for some reason I just picture that as like the RV demolition derbies. I don't know if you ever seen those, the crazy demolition derbies that they do with like an RV or a boat, and as long as you have a piece of the trailer attached to your car, you're still in it, but whenever your whole trailer falls off, then you're out. Well, I'll be praying for you and Kate. Well, thank you. Zero, where'd my trailer go? My trailer? Ay, ay, ay. Never seen that? Sounds fun. Yeah, you gotta look it up on like YouTube or something. I don't know where they actually do them, but they come up in my suggested videos a lot. Mud, they played with couches on Wreckfest. Hilarious. Yeah. Sounds like a similar concept. Kingsport Speedway is going to have a night of destruction in October. They have RV races, school bus races, and demo derbies, etc. Oh my, I'll have to make sure I'm there then. That sounds like that'll be enjoyable. And Viper, I thought you were going to bed. I didn't get down there yet with the train horns. Eric says he's going to do a mud bogging vid. He does have a mud truck or whatever. Great big jacked up something. I don't even know what it was, but he showed me pictures of it. Actually, I was on stream. Yeah, because we showed the stream those pictures of his mud truck. Can't think where we were that day. It was when we spent the night at the Loves. Actually, it was on Easter. It was a stream before Easter because we had Easter at the Loves the next day. Yeah, I did a pretty in-depth interview with Eric that night before Easter, so it would have been on Saturday, and he showed pictures of his mud trucks. I will eventually. It's a Ford? Okay. Zero, get your old turkey butt to bed too. I'm staying up all night long. Oh, goodness. Well, we'll say in a little over an hour we'll be stopping for fuel at somewhere you all might know. Children have curfews, goodness. I mostly sleep for 15 to 16 hours a day. I wish I could. I used to be able to do that when I was younger. I'd just hibernate. Get up, eat, and then go hibernate again. Tonight is one of the darkest nights. Yeah, rain and cloud cover and everything make it pretty dark. Let's go to my family's house in Churchill and blast the train horn, but I don't feel like being smacked and skinned alive. Oh my. I was actually debating. I'm going to be going right by, what is it, Bunker Hill, probably about 4 o'clock in the morning, maybe 5. And I was debating if I wanted to blow the train horn at them. I did on the way up, but it was, around lunchtime. I don't know if I want to wake anyone up. Wake them up. That's terrible. Maybe talking about that tomorrow. So you guys hear someone blowing a train horn in the morning? I don't know who that was. Nah, that'd be cruel. That's a good idea, Mudpig. They need a good waking up. We'll see what time it is when we get down there. That'll say freedom. I would do it. Oh, you guys are terrible. Anyone live in Virginia on the East Coast? Bad storms today. Yeah, I'm going to be rolling through Virginia all day today until I get to Tennessee. 4th is coming up. Got to be prepared for anything. Oh, that's funny. Used to live in Woodstock. I could do it another way. Just need my drag car. Run down the street in this loud car. Yeah, that would work too. Show them what a real burnout looks like, right? Get a drag car out there and smoke them up. Good morning. Well, good morning. Hey, Mud Pig Ride Along gang here. Well, howdy. Yeah, he said some of y'all stay up pretty late. Because I was talking to him a couple days ago, asking him if I should stream in the middle of the night, and he said that, you know, he does, so. Are you heading to PA? Now we're running away from PA. We're actually heading back to Tennessee. We just delivered in Quakertown. We're heading back to base camp at Church Hill. Got a delivery to make today around lunchtime, and then we'll be done for the day until tomorrow early morning. I can't remember what time the pickup is, but it's real early in the morning. Eric got his truck back today. Awesome. Slept all night, just up early. Sitting in my recliner, drinking moonshine and watching your nice stream. Man, past the bottle. Let's go. Or past the mason jar, I guess. It's not technically a bottle, probably. Yeah, I really enjoy Tennessee. Sometime I'll have to try to figure out how to get service on the run up through Kentucky. Because we do a run up to Cincy that takes us on, or Cincinnati, I guess, that takes us on a whole lot of back roads in Kentucky, but there's zero cell phone service out that way. That was a really long nap. Moonshine, lucky you. Someone else wants that jar, jar of moonshine. Yeah, let's pass it around, right? You're northeast of Cincy? Yeah, we went to, it was, I can't think of the town right now. I'll have to look. It'll come to me eventually. Hamilton. It was Hamilton. was up. It was a little bit north of Cincinnati, northwest. Always got moonshine. Got a family member that makes it. Definitely not illegal. Yeah, we can get it up in PA too if you ask the right people. That's where I was born. Awesome. Yeah, I actually used to be able to get it from an apple orchard over in Biglerville, but that guy stopped doing it. Cell service is very bad in the mountains. Yeah, that's what I was noticing. I'm in Maryland. Is about a mile from the city I'm in now. Oh my goodness, I was right in your neighborhood. I love Tennessee. My son was stationed in Fort Campbell. Well, actually, back when I used to do my military deliveries, I did a lot of deliveries to Fort Campbell, right there on the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. We'd come out of New Cumberland at the supply depot or come out of Mechanicsburg at the supply depot, and we'd run up to Fort Campbell, go down to Anniston. I can't think of the other ones, but yeah, used to do a lot of runs out that way back when I worked for the government. Ever heard of a restaurant called Hillbilly Hot Dogs down in West Virginia? No, I haven't. Might be a good restaurant. Oh my goodness, you're talking my country now? Windy up here. You guys probably can't see it on stream, but I can feel the trailer doing a little wiggle back there. Yeah, I had one military delivery I did out. I can't remember where it was. For some reason I want to say it was Nevada. But it was out in the desert and they treated me like a mushroom. Went in the front gate, they said go down the road about 2 miles, take a left at the T, proceed to next checkpoint and receive further instructions. I did that 3 or 4 times, just going out into the desert, hit the next checkpoint, proceed several more miles down the road, turn right or left or whatever. Receive further instructions. I'm like, just tell me where I'm going. I'm going to get lost. And they're like, oh, no, you won't get lost. We'll find you. Yeah, that was a fun one. That sounds interesting. Hot dogs in a big old school bus. One thing ATS is missing is the wind moving the truck around some. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think it was Area 51. It was just a military base. The thing with the military freight is most of the time we had no idea what we were hauling. We'd show up that we'd drop our trailer somewhere, they'd load it, seal it, and bring it back to us. And the bills would just say property of U.S. government and await. The nice thing about it was DOT never messed with us. You pull into a weigh station, they're like, oh, can we see your shipping documents and stuff? You hand them the bills and they say, get out of here. Yep, they never ever wanted to mess with one of those military loads. Kentucky giving directions to turn at big oak tree. Then when you see a barn, turn left. Yep. And then bear right when you see the three-legged cow. It's like, what? The three-legged cow? It's like, oh yeah, he always stands on that one corner. You'll see him. Fallon Naval Base. Be my luck, the three-legged cow would be on the other side of the field. In the field. Yeah. That'd be my luck too. But that'd be the day it'd be hot and he'd be down by the pond or something. Yeah, they used to give directions like that in PA too. Like, oh, it's down over yonder. Just head down there and take a left. It's like, well, how far is over yonder? So the GPS sounds different in Kentucky. I don't know, but if you have a Garmin, if you're in Missouri on a state route, it'll say turn left on Missouri, whatever state route you might be on. Garmin says Missouri is misery, and it makes me laugh every time. Must be the Amish part of PA. Actually, where I grew up in the Carlisle area, we had Mennonite neighbors on both sides of us. We had our farm, our 300 acres, and then we had Mennonites on both sides. The Mennonites on the left side of us did chickens. They had one of them big chicken barns. The Mennonites on the right side of us did hogs and cattle. So I got experience birthing hogs and cattle. Yeah. Yeah, birthing a cow is fun. Get a rope, tie it to the bumper of the truck, and drive off. Yeah, we had to do that a good bit for them. They'd call us up and be like, hey, can you come over and help us with the cow? Yeah, sure. And then they'd come over and work on our tractors for us and stuff. It was actually great. Because, like, you know, they'd see one of our tractors out in the middle of the field before we could even, you know, do anything. Like, you know, say, oh, we saw your tractor wasn't moving. You all right? Yeah, we're good. Or, nah, it's broke down, you know. And they'd come out and fix it up for us. down here. I might get wet getting fuel, I guess. Where are you heading today, and how is Kate? We're heading back to Churchill, Tennessee, and Kate's doing great. She was actually up earlier. I don't know if she's watching the stream or not, but yeah, we're both fully recovered, doing good. I was hoping to see her today, but schedule didn't allow for it. The rain's moving south with me. So I'll be in it all day. That's no good, because once everyone gets up, people drive all sorts of crazy in the rain. Gotta get moving here. Gonna do an oil change. Yeah, I gotta do an oil change in this truck here soon. I'm gonna take him some peanut butter and cookies. Really safe drive today. Check back in later. Alright, well, I'll catch you later then. Glad you're both fine. Yeah. I mean, the only lingering symptom I had was a nasty, cough, where I just kept coughing up nasty stuff for 2 to 3 weeks afterwards. But that went away eventually. Rain makes corn, corn makes whiskey, whiskey makes my... How's it go? Whiskey makes my girl a little extra frisky or something like that. It's been a long time since I heard that one. Rain makes corn, corn makes whiskey, whiskey makes my girl feel a little frisky. Back roads up in this truck. Something like that. I can't remember it exactly. But yeah, I know the song you're referring to. That's a good one. Have a good night, Phil. Going to bed. Be safe on the road with all the rain. Yeah, I'll try. Have a good night as well. Safe trip back to the plant. MudPig singing for his viewers. Oh, that wasn't singing. That was just me trying to remember the song. Yeah, I'm not too good at singing. A little karaoke every now and then, but I'm not gonna win no medals. Nice to hear your voice again. I miss the convoy. I do too at times. trucks want to race. Come on, buddy. Let me pass you. There we go. Saw Gray Wolf on earlier. Man, he's burning the midnight oil too. Gray Wolf should take a camel on his walk. Why? I don't get the camel joke. I know I'll need a scooter or something, because I'm thinking about probably heading, when it gets over this way, heading down for a day or two. But I don't know if I can walk 20 miles a day. I think my feet might fall off. Ah, camels hold water. I get it. Bring a camel or maybe a mule or something, can strap some water to it. Because don't they use, is it mules or donkeys they used to use over at the Grand Canyon on those tours to bring water with? I think he means because of the desert. Yeah, that too. I wish my headlights were as good as yours. Yeah, this truck has the HIDs or whatever they're called. I call them the piss people off headlights, because a lot of people high beam me thinking they're my high beams, and then I turn my high beams on and it looks like someone turned on the sun, and then they're really upset. But yeah, the headlights in this truck work really well. Yeah, I got this truck used actually, and whoever ordered this truck literally threw every option on it. I mean, I got leather seats, HID headlights, LED internal lights, heavyweight front axle. I mean, it's really spec'd. I mean, it even came factory with an APU. Wish I could take a Walmart scooter into DC. Oh, goodness. Off to bed, have a good night, and karma behave. Alright, Zero. Have a good night as well. Go to bed, you fat turkey. Oh, my. Piss people off lights, you crack me up. I mean, they do seem to piss people off. I mean, I have people high beam me from the other side all the time, and it's like, they ain't my high beams. Good night, my eyes are burning, safe trip. Well, good night. I'll actually respond to that. The I Love Thai girls. I actually have a good friend who's a truck driver that has a Thai wife. Apparently, it's very common for truckers to import wives, though. Because I know a couple of truckers that have wives from different countries.
In 10 miles, take exit 5 onto Haskell Boulevard West.
Yep, she stays at home and runs his business he has there. He owns a laundromat, but yeah, she runs the laundromat and he drives the truck. Go to bed, sweet bitch, you first. Bye for now. Where are we now? We're just getting ready to cross the PA state line. What year is my truck? It's a 2017. It's a 2017 Pete 579. I mean, I don't know what you call it. I mean, import wives, it just makes sense. But yeah, they have foreign wives, I'll put it that way. Dang, too new for me. Oh, you saw all the trucks over at the rest area. A lot of trucks, holy wow. Yeah, that's common up here in the Northeast. Nowhere to park, so you just stack them on the ramps. I got a 1983 International Harvester Eagle. Yeah. Every now and then I think I might want to buy an old truck just to have one, you know, but and plus with an old truck you can do paper logs and have a little more flexibility, you know. But I love the truck I have now. It took me a good bit of time to get it right. When I got it, it had a cracked exhaust manifold, bad injectors, the clutch was slipping, it was in terrible shape. The fleet I bought it out of really didn't maintain it, but the clutch was an easy fix, it was just way out of adjustment, and the exhaust manifold I ended up having to put a new one on, and the injectors, we had to put new injectors in it. But once we got all that straightened out, she's been doing pretty good. Oof. Well, we got about 5 miles to the fuel stop. Yeah, 5 miles to the fuel stop. Where are you heading to tonight? We're heading to Churchill, Tennessee. I've been to Maryland before, I can do it again. It's a cab over, my favorite type of semi. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a cab over for local work. I just don't know if I could give up all the space if I was doing OTR. But for like what I'm doing now, this local stuff where I'm back every night, a cab over would actually be kind of awesome. To have that extra mobility and stuff, not having a snoot sticking out front, you know, to ram into stuff. Where are you now? We just crossed into Maryland and we're getting ready to make a pit stop in Hagerstown and fill the truck up. Yeah, we're 5 miles away from the fuel stop. My dad drove an 81 cab over Freightliner when I was little. Yeah, I never grew up around trucks. Trucking for me, I always enjoyed driving. And when I got out of high school, I did a lot of driving for a bus company. And I had fun doing that, but sometimes the people on the bus weren't the best. Like I did tours up to Radio City Music Hall or out to all kinds of stuff. I mean, hell, one time I saw the Nutcracker. I'm like, it was stuff that, we also went to a Chubby Checker concert one time. But it was stuff that I wouldn't have thought I would enjoy. But, they gave the bus driver a free ticket, so, whatever. Went in and at least sat in the AC and watched the show. And I honestly enjoyed a lot of the stuff. But yeah, that's how I got into trucking though, because I had my CDL, my air brake, my passenger endorsement, all that stuff from driving bus. All I had to do then is go from a B to an A, and that wasn't much of an upgrade. Your father was fond of his Kenworths. Yeah, I got a Pete now. I had a T680 for a while though. That was the first truck I bought when I left Prime. Actually, I drove that truck at Prime for a little bit too. About 20 minutes away from Hagerstown. Well, you'll probably know where we're stopping then. Cool Chubby Checker, yeah. Oh, come on, baby, let's do the twist. I think that was Chubby Checker, right? You can only imagine the people's antics. Yeah. It was interesting, depending on what tour you got on and stuff. You'd have different people. Yeah, I did that for a while, then did some office work. And then after that, I was in between jobs and decided to give trucking a shot. It was funny though, because I got married to my wife in November, and then in July I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go be a truck driver. So we were only married about 6 or 7 months till I decided I was leaving and going to be a truck driver, but it's worked out so far. Your dad drove 60 years? Holy cow. Alright, we're to our fuel exit.
Take the exit.
Now then.
Turn left at the traffic light.
Alright, straight across. Whoops, wrong gear. Man, it's been a minute. I don't remember where the fuel stop is down here. I think it's on the... Here's the Pilot. It's on the left. Okay. I was gonna say, I should remember this fuel stop.
At the light, use the second lane from left to turn left onto Hopewell Road.
Yeah, it's funny. This is actually the cheapest fuel in the area. Now the question is, I wonder if they're going to recognize the truck.
Turn left, then turn right into the parking lot. destination.
That's my car. I'm back for just a second, y'all. Want to empty the trash can while I'm here. Then we'll get the trash out. There we go. What are y'all talking about? 677. Holy cow. Yeah, line here. get out of this mist coming off these trucks so you guys can see. And we got more trucks on the shoulder. It's a shame there's not room for everyone to park. Be safe out there, Phil. Well, thank you. I'll try. We get lane change here. There we go. We're back and it's seriously raining. Yeah, it was for a bit. I can turn those down a little bit probably. Yeah, I guess you guys got in a little bit of a buffer hole or something there at the truck stop. But yeah, I was saying that's the same ACT we used to stop at for the convoy, so I didn't know if any of y'all recognized that or not. Where are you heading tonight? Back to Churchill, Tennessee. Man, my phone's hard to read with all these bumps in the road. Hold on a second, y'all. We'll find a smoother spot here in a second. We'll get caught up with chat. I'm just joining it. It's 1:03 here. I'm not sure what time it is here. I normally don't look at the time when I'm driving. I just let it melt by, and when I get there, I get there. Been down to the ATC. That highway has some serious road damage on bridge decks. Whoop. Just crazy flatbedder. I've never been down that road too far. Weather or scenery or job stuff. Can't make out the first part of the message. I'm bouncing too much. Oof. Yeehaw. careful, Papa Pig. I'm getting ready to retire for the night. All right, well, I'll be careful and you have a good night. Morning, everyone and all. Well, morning. Yeah, just another early morning stream heading down the highway. Did I miss where we were heading tonight? Yeah, we're heading back to Churchill, Tennessee, back to home base. We got a load of racks and busted glass we're taking back, and then early tomorrow morning, I'm not sure what time yet, we'll be getting reloaded, and I think tomorrow's Buford's, but don't quote me on that. But if it's Buford, we'll be going just outside, I think that's just outside of Charlotte, if I remember right.
Construction was reported on I-81.
Yeah, just a few hours. Like I said, I don't even know what time it is here. It is 4:30. So maybe we'll get lucky and we'll hit Christiansburg and Blacksburg before too many people get up this morning. Because it can get busy down that way. And I thought I was the only crazy one up at this time every day. Good to see others up and going. Yeah, this new job, it's pretty much going to be an early morning stream every day because the glass plant produces most of their glass overnight when it's cooler. So usually it gets done anywhere from between 1 and 5 a.m. So that's when I'll be up picking it up and then heading out. So yeah, if you're up at this time of the morning, then yeah, we'll be here, hopefully. Some of us haven't made it to bed yet. Oh goodness. I was in bed before dinner time today. I actually got good sleep last night. Had to make up from the night before where I only slept about 4 hours and then drove to Pennsylvania. How do you secure the glass? Well, what they do is they actually secure it into racks. It's put in big metal racks, and then those metal racks are loaded on the trailer. And then they just put on a regular strap and a regular load lock, and That's that for securing it. Just rides in the metal frames. And then whenever we come back, we bring back the metal frames from a previous time. So most everything's round trip. But yeah, they just get shipped in big metal cages, I guess you'd call them, or frames. I can show you sometime. Big buffer. So you guys didn't hear nothing I was saying about it can't get wet and they ship it in dry vans and all that. Well, I guess I'll just start over. If you heard any of it, it'll probably be a repeat. But yeah, what I was saying is that I'm not sure how it doesn't get broken, but we do ship back a lot of busted glass. So I'm assuming some of it might get broken in transit, and they just assume a certain amount of breakage is going to happen. I'm not sure. But yeah. I mean, but whatever is special about this glass, they do ship it all in vans. Because usually glass would ship in a flatbed and they tarp it. But this plant, they don't do none of that, because a single drop of water apparently will ruin a whole pane of glass. So that's what I know there. Is part of the glass company in Mount Holly Springs. No, that's PPG. But I actually know a lot of people that work at PPG. But no, I haul for a company out of Churchill, Tennessee. But yeah, PPG is, well, right by my parents' house, really. Single drop? No, it's all dry van. Yep, everything goes in a regular trailer. Because this stuff, it can't get wet. Like if, they were to get a drop of water on while loading it, that pane of glass, for whatever reason, would be scrapped. It ruins the glass. I don't know if it's because it's so fresh. Like a lot of the stuff that we get is sometimes even still warm when they load it. It's that fresh. Or what the issue is with water, but yeah, it can't get wet. Yeah, that was part of the orientation, that, if it's hot and you're sweating, don't sweat on it. It's like, what do you mean don't sweat on it? How am I supposed to strap it in if I'm not allowed to sweat on it, But yeah, it's some kind of special glass. I don't know the details. That's just what they told us at orientation. Yeah, it was news to me too, because you think glass is, windows and all that stuff, and it's out in the rain, but like I said, my only assumption is just because it's so fresh, because they manufacture and it goes straight on the truck. There's no delay. They don't keep any stock. It comes off the line and goes right on. Good morning, Phil from Florida. Well, morning. And do they pay for your fuel? No, unfortunately, they don't. Yeah, I just put $1,000 worth of fuel in a few minutes ago back in Hagerstown. Don't sweat on it, you crack me up. No, they actually told us that. That wasn't even me. I mean, it gets hot down here in Tennessee sometimes, like I said, the only thing I can think is maybe it's still cooling and hardening up when they load it or something. Because I can't understand why glass would be so sensitive to water. Yeah, I should have asked more questions, because y'all have me curious now about why it's so hydrophobic, you know, but yeah, like they said, if the trailer's leaking, they won't be able to load it, you know. If there's a whole lot of issues that, yeah, it just needs to stay extremely dry. Maybe it's made for outer space. Well, nah, because so far I've taken it to 2 window companies and a picture frame company. So it's not special glass in the end. I think it, like I said, the only thing I can figure is it's because it comes straight off the line and onto the trucks. And like I said, some of it's even been a little bit warm when they loaded it. So that's the only thing I can think, is it's still cooling, and maybe they're afraid if you get water on it, it'll crack it or distort it or something, you know. I don't know nothing about making glass, so I can't figure that one out, you know. Humidity of the water moccasins. Well, we got water moccasins and humidity in Pennsylvania, so for me it's no big deal. But yeah, if you're not used to humidity, you know, then yeah, it might not be the place for you. Because Tennessee, I'll tell you this, the other night was 70 degrees, but it was so humid that it just felt heavy outside, like you're almost looking for rain. Glass sounds like the type someone would use to make a special glass bottom boat. Oh goodness. I'll have to ask. Next time I see one of the supervisors roaming around, I'll have to ask him what the deal is with the water. Now I'm curious. I didn't question it at first. I'm like, oh, just don't get it wet. Don't get it wet again. Definitely don't get it wet. Okay, I got it. Don't get it wet. You know, I didn't go, well, why? Speaking of getting wet, look at that guy on the motorcycle in the rain. You didn't know Pennsylvania had water moccasins? Yeah, they're not common, but I worked at a summer camp in Lebanon, like when I was like in high school, really. And we had them at the summer camp. Mean little bastards too. They'd chase you just to chase you, you know. So So I at least know there's water moccasins in Lebanon, PA. You better not forget, because I'm going to ask about it. Yeah, I don't know when the next time I'll see one of the supervisors is. It might be a while. They're usually not in at night, and I'm usually not there in the daytime, so we kind of don't cross paths. Crotch rocket in the rain, haha, yeah. Seriously, they're mean water moccasins? At least the ones that are at the lake at the summer camp were real mean. Yeah, you'd be walking by minding your own business, and next thing you know, it'd be chasing you. It costs less to drive than a car or a truck. Yeah, I just wouldn't want to drive a motorcycle in the rain just because of stability. You know, because in a car or a truck, if you hit a pocket of water and you hydroplane, you might not go around. But a motorcycle only got 2 tires. If one of those tires hydroplanes, yeah, you're in trouble. Look at that cross all lit up. Yeah, water moccasins kind of remind me of minks. They're just kind of mean to be mean. Yes, I'm one, but like I said, I'm 3 hours behind you. It's time to go night-night here. I miss you from the convoy. I was a Sasnak kid. Then he left. I became a piglet. Well, thank you for hanging out. And have a good night. Yeah, that was pretty neat. It was changing colors too. It was going like blue, then purple, then pink, and it was pretty interesting. We had red racers and blue racers that actually chase you. Oh no. There's a cross just like that in Effingham, Illinois. I don't know if I remember seeing that cross. I used to stop in Effingham a lot at the TA though, because there was a Panda Express in the parking lot. Hi Mud, what time is it where you are? I think it's around 5. Let me look. It is, yep, coming up on 5 o'clock. It's 5:05. Yeah, I guess if you lose the race with the racer, it bites you, huh? I don't think I'd lose that race. I was a Sasnak watcher too, then he left. Then I was only a Mud Pig channel watcher. Well, thank you as well. It's right off 57. All right. It's been a while since I've been down the Effingham way. I don't remember the exit numbers, but yeah. If I get out that way again, I'll have to look out for it. water moccasins. And how's Kate doing? She's doing good. We both got over the funk. Yeah, it's north of 70. All right. My friends and son fish a lot in Bowling Springs and Possum Lake. They look out for snakes there. Yeah. Oh, water moccasins and cottonmouths. Yeah, Possum Lake. I'm trying to remember. That's the one they drained and it was empty for a few years, right? Because my dad used to like fishing at Possum Lake. But they drained it on him, so then he had to go to... I think he went to Fuller and Laurel then, over in Pine Grove. I've always been a piglet. Yeah, you've been around for a while, Janine. I don't know, we're on a motorcycle. When we got chased, it scared the crap out of me. Snakes are scary as heck to me. Most snakes bother me, unless they're the little like garden snakes, or about as big around as your pinky or so. I used to pick those up and chase my sister with them. What the hell? Sorry. I was going to slow down and let that car over, and I hit the brakes, and then I'm like, well, he don't know what he's doing, so I'm just going to go around him. But yeah, I used to chase my sister with the little garden snakes, like the little ones no bigger around than a pinky or a pencil. Yeah, drained and cleaned, Laurel and Fuller Lake are in Pine Grove area. Yep. Yeah, if you go up to Laurel and Fuller Lake, you're almost mandatory you stop at Twirly Top on the way by. Hey now, Saznak asked us to sub to you when you first started your channel, so I watched them both until he left. Yeah, I heard that he was helping me out a little bit. Yeah, we never got to talk too terribly much. We had a chat or two up in his truck, but we both kind of kept busy doing our own things. Yeah, I appreciate him sending y'all over. I don't usually talk in chat, but I've been a fan since day one on your channel. Well, thank you for that. I still catch Saznak once in a while when I catch him on. Yeah, I haven't seen him live recently either. I know he keeps putting out like videos, but I haven't seen him live in a while. I'm coming up on 2 a.m. here in Arizona. So time to go night-night. Take care, you and Kate. We'll try and have a good night. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. It was a lot easier to read chat in the convoy because the roads weren't so bumpy. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like put your phone on a paint shaker and try to read it, I guess. Just doing her crocheting and stuff. I did mean to ask her. I don't know if she has enough stuff ready to put her Etsy shop up or not, but I had people asking, and I wanted to ask her about that. But yeah, she's just home making crafts and stuff. Yeah, but between both your streams, you both were a team when it came to getting things done as to donations to feed people or get help for someone. Yeah. We did work well on that stuff. I mean, I don't know, it just kind of came naturally. Like when we were at the one truck stop and we were getting pizzas and stuff, it just came naturally that, you know, he could ask his viewers, I could ask my viewers, and we ended up with, you know, dinner for the whole convoy. Yeah. You guys could always come through like that when we needed it. So can she come with you on the truck now? Yeah, she could. She sounds good. But yeah, she could come with me on the truck now. I think she will eventually. Right now, I think she's just enjoying being at home with all her crafts and everything. Because when she was on the convoy, she brought a little bit of yarn and a little bit of things to do. But she didn't have all her supplies, you know. She brought enough stuff to make those little pigs and that kind of stuff, but now she's at home with all her supplies, and yeah, I think she's enjoying having access to all that. I'm gonna need her to make me a special short video saying it. Ah ha ha. Yes. Are we there yet? That'd be funny if I could find a way to trigger that in the chat. Where a little video would like pop up picture in picture, you know, are we there yet? And then just disappear again. Yeah, what could happen is anytime someone asked where we're going, it could pop up, "Are we there yet?" and then go away. That'd be funny. But I don't know if there's a way to do that or not. I'm gonna get a shirt that says Kate Say It. Figured out we needed, I started that. Oh no, the way station's open. There's my friend. Pull in unless closed. Alright. Going to the way station. Going to get away. I don't know why that just popped into my head. Excuse my terrible singing. Old song, Going to the Chapel, Gonna Get Married, popped into my head. Guess we go. Oh, oh.
In 3 3/4 miles, keep right to I-81 South.
Good morning, another early day for you. Safe travels today. Well, thank you. Can I have an oink oink? Oh no. Now we're asking for sound effects. Guess you left your heart in Hagerstown. That's why the GPS says anyway. GPS will update eventually. You're serious, tall. I mean, I met you at Olympia with the convoy. Yeah, I'm a little tall, that's for sure.
In 1 3/4 miles, keep right to I-81 South.
Morning? Well, morning. Looks like we can close or slow those windshield wipers down a hair. Well, maybe not. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. You're a lot tall, huh? Yep. I guess I'm just used to being tall because I don't see myself as that tall anymore. But yeah, everyone says I'm very tall. Now you're in
Right
trouble.
lanes.
Oh no. What'd I do?
Continue on I-81.
Unfortunately, Kate was rested. I didn't get to meet her. Yeah. Apparently, she didn't sleep too well in the truck, so she slept a lot in the daytime. She kept saying I'd roll over and elbow her and stuff. It's like, well, I'm not doing it on purpose. But yeah, she stayed in the truck a lot in the daytime. Oh yeah, you something though. Can't make out that word. Well, you had to deal with that Portland nonsense the day before. Yeah, that's true too. I'm trying to remember, wasn't Olympia where it rained? Yeah, it did rain in Olympia. Yeah, so because I was in and out of the truck that day because it was not raining, then it rained, then it didn't rain. There's 3 crosses straight ahead in the fog. I don't know if you can see them or not. I think she also... Oh, I think that... Yeah. Turned on hard when Big... I laughed so hard when Big D water hosed him. Yeah, that was funny. I was supposed to be going to bed. Yes, rain. Sunshine a few minutes and rain again. Yeah, that's what I thought that was Olympia that did that. Yeah. Yeah, because I was out of the truck walking around, and then it started to rain, so I went and sat in the truck for a little bit. And then I'm like, oh, it's done raining. So I got back out, and as soon as I got back out, it started raining again. So it was just this in and out. Where are you this morning? Right now we're in Virginia, heading down to Tennessee. It was nuts. Yeah, it was. It's like, I don't know who was doing the weather that day, but I think they were playing with the switch. near your old stomping grounds. If the rain would have behaved, you guys would have seen Mount St. Helens and Mount Rainier. Oh, knowing my luck, I would have looked at Mount St. Helens and the top would have blown off again. But yeah, we probably could have seen them for sure. I can't remember when that was that Mount St. Helens blew the top, but I remember learning about it in school, so it was a while ago. It's difficult. I love listening to MudPig, but I better get some shut-eye. Well, yeah, definitely get some rest. You can always watch the replay later, or who knows, I may even still be live later. I still got almost 300 miles to put in today. So, we'll be live for a while. Happy to see you back on the road, Phil. Been lurking every day on and off. I never even transported it. Yeah. I never thought of dedicated glass haulers, even myself. Like, I've done it in flatbed just as a one-off. You know, you go pick up a load of glass and, you know, deliver it. But I never knew there was people that all they did was haul glass. Good night, everyone. Well, good night. In 1981, I wasn't even born yet in 1981. May 8th, 1971. St. Helens erupted. Was that May 16th? No, it's May 18th. Okay. Yeah, I just remember we watched a movie about it in school. I do my morning drive from Shippensburg down close to Emmitsburg, Maryland. Can't type while driving, but we'll be watching. Alright, sounds good. I have one of the ashes from Mount St. Helens. My daddy was a trucker and was there when it happened. So I have ashes in baggies from 2 miles away all the way up to 25 miles away. Oh, that's crazy. My dad stopped every so many miles and bagged up a bag for each of his kids. That is really cool. It's 4:21 here. Holy cow. You guys need to get some rest. Good night, y'all. Well, good night. Thank you for hanging out for a while. Yeah, I wasn't born either, but I remember my dad was there too. Mudslides and logs everywhere. Third time, Denise. Hello, good night. Trees turn up, floating down a muddy river. Yeah, I don't remember too many details of it. I just remember we watched a video in school about it. I mean, that's actually kind of similar to, I don't remember too much about 9/11, but I was in school at the time then too, and everything stopped. Everything stopped. We had TVs in all the classrooms. They turned on all the TVs, and we all just sat there and watched. Yeah. But I don't remember too many details about it now. I mean, that was over 20 years ago. I was 11 years old back then. We got to take it to school for show and tell. It was awesome. Yeah, that would be awesome. The only thing I ever took to school for show and tell was a duck one time. And then we took corn to school one time for show and tell, just to, I guess, show kids what corn was. But apparently there was a mouse in the box. We set the box down. I forget if it was my mom or my grandmother. One of the two were there. I had some adult supervision, we'll put it that way. I can't remember if it was my mom or my grandmother. But either way, we set the box down and a mouse jumped out of the box when we set it down in front of the school to pull the corn out. And yeah, that caused a little chaos. So we took corn plus a mouse for show and tell. I went up when I was 9 to see St. Helens. It was still very destroyed. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Mouse in the corn caused a little more excitement than the duck. My grandma lived in Wapato, I guess that is. When St. Helens blew, she said it got real dark. Come on. And she sent me the Yakima Herald with a picture of it blown. Okay. Your dad got the newspapers along the way as well. Yeah, something like that. I mean, that's something that's going to end up in the history books quite literally, you know, because I learned about it in school. And speaking of scary to have lived somewhere, I grew up in school learning about TMI. Whenever TMI, I can't remember if it did melt down or almost melted down. I can't remember all the details, but 3 Mile Island is right up the road from my house. Yeah, there's actually a old YouTube video floating around of I used to have a drone and I actually got in trouble for flying the drone too close to 3 Mile Island. But yeah, I got a message from YouTube about it, but they didn't take the video down. But apparently someone had complained because I flew the drone too close to 3 Mile Island. And I got a nice, do not do that again. What is TMI? It's 3 Mile Island. It's the nuclear power plant. Like I said, I can't remember if it did melt down or almost melted down or something back. I think it was in the 70s, if I remember right. Like, I live right there, and I don't remember the history of it. But either way, it's decommissioned now. But, yeah. In the Carter administration, late 70s. Okay, yeah. So I was right when I was guessing it was in the 70s or so. Yeah, we got to learn about all the different zones of TMI when we were in school. It's like, this is the you're instantly dead zone. This is you're not instantly dead, but you're very sick and going to die zone. And this is the you might survive zone. It's like, oh, well, thanks. But yeah, they had these maps with different rings around TMI, and I think it was iodine capsules they gave us. I can't remember, but yeah. Reckon if you learned about it, you don't remember it. Yeah, it's more of a local thing. Yeah, I remember the Challenger explosion, but I don't remember any details about it. I just remember it happened. Yep, iodine plus. Yeah. I don't know. I just remember we had these little like emergency pills, and if something happened, we were supposed to take them. I don't know. It's been a long time. Yeah, for years, whenever I worked for the state, I lived right in the town on the other side of the river from 3 Mile Island. I lived in Middletown, right next to Harrisburg Airport. So basically, I spent a good bit of time right in the shadow of TMI. Iodine to fill your thyroid to prevent thyroid cancer. Okay. I never even knew what it was for. I just knew if they said to take them, we were supposed to take them. So. I remember when I remember where I was when the news came out that about Elvis dying. Oh my goodness. Wasn't he the one that died on the toilet, or was that someone else? Because I used to know a lot of those crazy facts. Like, I think it was Grover Cleveland that got stuck in the White House bathtub, and yeah, there was a bunch of things like that. My parents were big on trivia. Like, we used to watch Jeopardy all the time. I'm huge in all this, and I researched it all. You didn't know where or how, just so they did. Don't quote me on that, but I think it was Elvis that died on the toilet. I grew up with all the nuke knowledge because we lived about 120 miles from Artex nuclear power plant, assembled nuclear bombs there. And yeah, he passed away. A pill he had a heart attack because of constipation. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to think. Where was the... I can't remember any of the details about it now. But they thought that the bomb had gone off, but it was just the fuel in the rocket that blew the top off the silo. Or the fuel in the missile, I guess. But someone was doing repairs, they dropped a wrench, it fell down, sparked off, and ignited the rocket fuel. I can't remember where that one was, but that was a silo in the U.S. that blew up. Apparently it shot the cap off the silo hundreds of feet up in the air, and it was a big deal. Elvis was heavying with the pills. It seems like a lot of rock stars and stuff get in with pills and stuff. Wow, yeah, that was another big U.S. screw up. All from dropping a wrench. Yeah, because I forget all the details on that one. But yeah, they were doing some kind of repair, and I think it was either a wrench or a socket that got dropped. And when it fell, it landed and sparked, and that spark ignited the fuel. And I can't remember where that was. That's another little useless piece of trivia that floats around in my head. But yeah, I'm sure if you jump on Google, you can find that. Stop that Pepsi truck, he's going the wrong way. Useless trivia. Yeah, we actually used to play Trivia Pursuit on road trips to stay awake. Like when we were going on a family road trip, like my mom would have the box of Trivia Pursuit cards, and if I was driving, we'd be doing them, or I'd do the same for her, you know. I don't remember a whole lot of it now, but yeah. sure it sparks up here and there like this AM. How fast are you driving? We're doing 70. We're right on the speed limit. A lot of trucks don't do the speed limit though, which is why it seems like I pass everyone. Yeah, a lot of trucks are company trucks, or you know, they're old fleet trucks and they're governed. I mean, I run an ungoverned truck. It can do as fast as I want it to, but usually I just do the speed limit and I'm happy. Interesting things to stick in our heads, yeah. My husband and I were off in the truck somewhere when Elvis' death was announced. He was sad because he was from a family of musicians. I was going to guess 72. Nah, I have the cruise set at 70. I mean, it'll coast up as we go down hills and slow down a little as we go up hills. But yeah, cruise is set at 70. Like Food Line, for example, that's probably a company driver. He's probably governed, man, as fast as I'm passing him, he's probably governed around 60. Yeah, Prime trucks, I don't know if they still are, but Prime trucks used to be company drivers could do 58 and then lease ops could do 65. Sasnak tries to do 55 because of gas. Yeah, I wish I could. My routes are scheduled way too tight. Like most of our routes are scheduled for 10 to 11 hours at the speed limit. My company has us governed, we can't speed. Yeah. I try not to speed because I don't have to feel guilty about it and keep watching for police. If I set the cruise control at the speed limit, my truck will automatically jake at 5 over. So even if I get going down a big hill, it'll automatically jake at 5 over. So the most I'll be doing 75, so I still don't gotta worry about the police. So you pick up a load today, deliver it today, or do you have to stop for the night? Most of the time it's pick up and deliver and go back the same day. So most of the time we'll go out and we'll come back the same day. But this one was a 2-dayer because it was so far up in PA. And they have cameras in the truck so we can't touch our phones. I don't know. I feel two ways about those cameras. I mean, I don't have an issue with it watching me while I'm driving because I never touch my phone or anything anyway. What I do have an issue with, though, is say my wife's in the truck with me and we forget the cameras here. I'll just leave it at that, you know. That rest stop had a ton of cars and trucks. Yeah, it's the Northeast. Every rest stop is packed this time of day. Never asked what kind of rig you have and what year. Don't you have a Pete? Yeah, I have a 17 Pete 579. Oh, I'm not talking about while driving. I'm talking about like when we're parked or something, you know. If the truck's rocking, don't come knocking. Yeah. But if that camera's there, you know. I watched part of a YouTube video that Elvis became a preacher and didn't die. Yeah, there's a lot of rumors around Elvis. I don't know what's true and what's not true about Elvis, but yeah, there's a lot of rumors floating around. Walking in Memphis, walking with my feet 10 feet off the ground. Put on my blue suede shoes as I boarded the train. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues in the middle of the pouring rain. Just thinking about Elvis, you know. And you got, you know, actual Elvis songs, but sing it, nah. I don't know all the words to it. Not to drivers, so you can't have private moments. Straight. Not to drivers, so you can't have private moments straight in my bra. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Okay, I've got to get some sleep. Have to be back up in a couple hours from work. Be safe, Phil, and have a good day. Hope to catch you later on. Yeah, I'll probably be rolling till sometime around lunchtime. I'm hoping to be parked by around noon. Good night, piglets. Well, good night. Get some rest. We'll see you later. Yeah, that is true. I run a dash cam myself out the front, but I was just talking about the inside facing cameras some fleets seem to like. Yeah, I can't stand inside facing cameras in a truck. That would actually cause me not to work for them. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'd probably blind whoever looks at the footage, because a lot of times in the truck, well, I guess if I closed the front curtains, you wouldn't see nothing. I was going to say, because a lot of times in the truck, I just close the front curtains. I don't close the mid curtains. So depending on where the camera was mounted, if closing the front curtains would cover up the camera, then I guess it wouldn't be bad. Point. Yeah, no privacy for your wife. True. Could not pick your nose or anything. Oh, goodness. That's terrible. It is true, though. I mean, I'm sure a lot of things are caught on those cameras that most people would rather people not see, you know? Honk, honk, let me hear the train. Yeah, we can do that quick. There's nothing around here. Might have woke up a truck driver or two up here on the highway dozing off, but if they're on the highway, they shouldn't be dozing anyway. What a good night. Oh, yay, okay, good night. If I could afford a truck, I wouldn't be driving for a liberal a-hole company. That's the problem with a lot of truck companies, not the liberal a-hole part. It's just the truck companies, a lot of them, they don't understand trucking. They just look at loads and look at drivers and they go, okay, we got this many drivers, this many loads, they can take care of it. It's like, but they don't actually plan loads properly so that drivers can do them. Because that was one of my issues at Prime is, you know, you'd finish a load at 5 p.m. and they'd schedule you on a like 3 a.m. pickup. And you're like, well, I can't make it to the pickup. Well, what do you mean you can't make it to the pickup? It's 5 now, you just shut down. You can make it to the pickup at 3. That gives you time for your 10. It's like, well, no, that's 10 hours from when I shut down. Yes, but I'm 2 hours away from the pickup. And it didn't compute, you know? Speaking of idiots, let's tailgate a dump truck while hauling a trailer. Oh, it's not even a dump truck. That's a semi with a dump trailer. Oh, they're dump trucks. No, there's semis with dump trailers. Texas Panhandle. Texas Panhandle. It was pitch black here too. I went to bed early so I could get up and out of the house before it gets hot here. Could have slept another hour. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, is get down to Tennessee, get unloaded and parked before it gets too stinking hot. That's because all they're thinking about is the money. Yeah. They don't think about the logistics of actually completing the load. How'd I get started trucking originally? Out of desperation. I was a not truck driver. I was a bus driver for years. Like, I drove bus even when I was 18. I mean, it was one of my very first jobs, was driving bus. And then I went into the computer field. Well, actually, no, I worked for the phone company as a lineman for a while. And then I did bus driving on the side. And then being a lineman, I got some certifications and I went into the computer field. And I worked for Xerox, worked for Bureau of Child Support Enforcement, worked for the Navy. Just did a lot of contract work in computers. Because everyone's like, oh, you're a phone lineman, you know how to hook stuff up. It's like, well, yeah, you know. So I qualified for a lot of these jobs that, you know, a lot of people would have wanted, we'll put it that way. So I bounced around different contract work here and there. Worked for the state of Pennsylvania, worked for Tasty Cake, worked for the International Monetary Fund for a brief while. But all those were just temporary contract work. I was basically an independent contractor. Well, then all that stuff kind of dried up because everyone got into the computer field, so you couldn't get no good rates on that. And I'm like, well, now I'm overqualified for most computer positions. So I'm like, okay, time for a career change. And yeah, trucking was that career change. Because I knew I liked driving from the times I did bus and already had a Class B with a passenger and air brake. So all I had to do was go and convert that to a Class A, and I went to Prime and did that and spent my 4 years at Prime, and then bought a truck and drove that for Prime for a little bit, and shortly moved on when I realized that being an owner-operator at Prime is not a good experience because they're not an owner-operator company. Yeah. So trucking was kind of a last-ditch career option. I mean, I do still have some of my computer certifications and stuff, but I don't use any of them anymore. Yeah, I had security clearances and all that stuff. They're always baffled when in a database somewhere, because then when I got into trucking, I did military contract work. So yet again, I was on and off military bases, having background checks done regularly, and yeah. So. Yeah. School bus or like Greyhound? Neither. Big tinted out like tour bus stuff. Like the stuff down to Atlantic City or up to New York, you know, fancy bus driving. Like the limo version of a bus, you know, TVs and electric outlets and nice seats and all that stuff. Hilarious. I went to computer school and decided I hated coding, so trucks because of decent money. Yeah, the show coaches, that's a good way to put it. Probably made serious money with the clearances. Actually, as a lineman, I made the best money. As a lineman in the early 2000s, I was making $25 an hour. And then, going from there and, doing the additional training and getting the security clearances and stuff. I mean, I was in the ballpark of around, about $20 an hour, but I never did as good as I was when I was union working for the phone company. But I mean, still in the 2000s, making $20 an hour, you're not doing bad, My resume is more suited for a 50-year-old. It's just what I fell into. Because I've always kind of been a people person. So, like, I'd be working somewhere and I'd, befriend some of the other contractors, and then, they'd be like, hey, we got this job. You want in on it? I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. So then we'd go do another contract job. And it was all short-term contracts. So it was never anything like I actually was employed for them. I was working for them as an independent contractor. You'd think security clearance would have been worth more? Not really, because even when I worked for the Navy was interesting because I would have to fix laptops. Well, you'd enjoy this. I had to fix laptops, but I wasn't allowed to boot them. My clearance would cover me working on it, but I was not allowed to turn it on and see it was on it. So they'd bring a laptop in and go, oh, this laptop don't work. Can you fix it? Well, I'm not allowed to boot it. So how do you troubleshoot a computer if you're not allowed to turn it on? So basically you would have to throw parts at it. Once it posted, you'd have to turn it off because you weren't allowed to go past the login screen. So once it came up and asked for the PGP hard drive encryption key, you're like, well, I mean, I guess it's working now. I don't know, So then you tear it back down. You take the hard drive out. I can't remember what else you had to take out. I know you had to take the hard drive out, and the hard drive's all shipped separately. But either way, you had to tear the computer back apart and ship it in multiple boxes back to whoever's computer it was. It's like, it was the dumbest job because a lot of times you just ended up going, well, I can't figure out what's wrong with it. Here, send them a new one. It was just so wasteful, Fond memory here in the horn, yeah. That sounds like government BS, yeah. It pretty much was government BS, but they were paying and all we did is laugh all day. It's like, well, this one won't even turn on. It's like, I guess the power button's bad. I don't freaking know. Here's a new one, It was just so wasteful, because usually you can troubleshoot them. But yeah. But it's one of those, you have the clearance to be in the building, but you don't have the clearance to see anything. Yeah, I've only been trucking for 6 years. Previous to that, I was a IT guy. And yes, turning it off and back on does fix things. But another thing that fixes things that you're going to laugh about. Back in the DSL time, when I worked at the phone company, DSL was the way you got internet. They didn't have fiber or anything like that. But what we would do is people would argue with you. You'd be like, oh, well, go ahead and unplug the cord. You're like, well, I already tried that. I'm like, no. We need you to unplug it, so that you know we can reset the connection. Oh, I already tried that. I'm like, all right, well, here's what we're going to do then. And this is complete bull crap, but listen to this once, because it worked. I would tell them, all right, well, here's what we're going to do there. It's like sometimes phone lines, they kind of work one way better than the other. So go ahead, unplug it at both ends, and we're going to flip that whole phone cord around. Where we had the one end plugged in, you're going to plug the other end in. And then you're going to plug that end in over there, we had that end plugged in. And we're going to see if it works better the other way. It's complete bull crap. But if people were ornery, it would actually work to get them to unhook the phone line so that we could reset the connection. Because they wouldn't argue with it. They're like, oh, is that true? You know, that sometimes phone lines work one way better than another. It's like, well, yeah, I guess. Well, go do that a while, since you won't just unplug it for a second so we can reset the line. Edward Snowden said some similar things about his first job. That'd almost be like having the clearance to be in a strip club and not being able to watch. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. Yeah, it was one of those things. It's like I kind of felt bad tricking people to do that, but at the same time, if you're going to be ornery and not just unplug the phone line for a second so I could do my job, then yeah, we'll make things harder on you and make you have to crawl behind stuff, you know? Did you say you're Uber qualified? I used to drive for Uber. Yeah. Used to do Uber, DoorDash, and Instacart all at the same time. Sorry to cuss, but I call it the a-hole tax. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, one of those, if you're going to make things difficult for me, we'll make it difficult for you as well, you know? The funny thing is a lot of times it would fix the issue. And they'd be like, oh, I can't believe that worked. It's like, yeah, because when you unhooked it, I was able to do what I needed to do. And yeah, it works. So now I'm sure it were people all over the place just flipping their phone lines around continuously thinking it would fix the issue, but it did what it needed to do. Yeah, I had a lot of different jobs. Yeah, it's common in the IT field because a lot of times there's, I don't want to say there's not loyalty, but a lot of IT work is temp work. You know, you'll go through an agency or something, or you'll get the contract direct, you know, and it's, you know, maybe going to an office building and running some wires in the drop ceiling. I've done that before. You know, you go in and you just set up a few routers, run some drops to some PCs, and it's maybe a week or a 2-week contract. And, you know, so it's like, yeah, I worked at so-and-so for a week, and people are like, why only a week? Well, that's all they needed me there for. You would take a break and drive bus for a rock band job, would you do it? I actually have a good friend that does I know he did The Who recently, and he did Machine Gun Kelly, or he's doing Machine Gun Kelly right now. And And then he has another tour coming up in the fall. But yeah, I'd probably do it. He seems to enjoy it. The only problem with the Machine Gun Kelly tour is it goes into Canada, and whenever they were looking for drivers for that tour, they still had the stabbing requirement. How in the world did you get to buy your own truck? Well, I worked at Prime for 4 years. And Prime, after 4 years, they'll hand you a paycheck for $30,000. They'll say, hey, give me your truck. And you have two options. You can either give them your truck, or you can say, nah, keep the $30,000, I'm keeping the truck. Well, I took plan B. And then what happens there is it becomes what they call an ACE lease. Well, an ACE lease, whatever you pay into your lease at Prime, when you do your lease to own, whatever you pay into that lease goes towards whatever Prime paid on the truck. And then whatever's left over, once you tell them to cram their 30 grand, they convert into a second lease. And then you might have 6 months or so more of lease payments, and then they sell you the truck for $1. Well, anyway, you take that truck, and then you can buy another truck. So I bought a T680 Kenworth. And then that truck I used for a year or two. No, a year. I used it for a year. And then I decided I wanted to go over the road. Well, the T680 was only what they call a lightweight or a short sleeper, where the bed literally touched the front seat, because I just used it for local stuff. So I decided I was going over the road, so I traded that in, and actually did an even trade on the T680 for this truck, because this truck came out of a fleet, and yeah, I got this truck for trading in the T680, because the T680 was a newer truck and this was a little bit older, so I was able to do even trade. I gave up on the internet in 2006 because I had to have them phone. Whoops. What's going on here? Phone co out to keep it running. That's when I got my first hotspot device. 99% of the phone company never heard of it. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, Prime, they have a bad name because a lot of people think their drivers suck, and they do. And Prime also doesn't pay very well. But what I can tell you is when Prime says if you finish out your lease with them, your lease to own, that you'll have a truck, as far as I know, they've never screwed any driver out of their truck like some companies do. Because some companies will do a lease purchase program, and whenever the lease is about up, there'll be some excuse why you can't purchase your truck. How's the truck been? How many miles? This one has 450 on it. And when I got it, it needed injectors, an exhaust manifold. The alignment was extremely screwed up. I'm trying to think what else was wrong with it. The shocks were shot. The front brakes were gone. There was no pad left on the front brakes. It was a typical fleet truck. They maintained it well enough until they could trade it in. So I put about 10 grand into it after I got it and got everything fixed. And after that, it's been a great truck. It's just I had to get it back roadworthy again. But fleet maintenance on trucks leaves a lot to be desired. But once I straightened all that out, it's, like I said, been great. love the maroon color of my truck. Yeah, when I got this truck, I wasn't too enthused with it. Because it being a fleet truck, it was just basic white. And I'm like, huh. So yeah, I was thrilled when I heard that you could do like two-tone paint jobs and stuff. Because this is actually a Peterbilt option. When you order trucks, you can actually order them with this color scheme on it. So it went from being a plain white fleet truck to actually decent looking with just some graphics added to it. Hopefully you don't have to do an engine overhaul. There's always going to be one due. I mean, I know Cummins motors around 500,000, you usually want to do rods and mains. So that'll be done, and then around $1 million you'll do your first overhaul, depending on your oil consumption, of course. You don't want to do an overhaul if it's not using any oil. But the rods and mains are usually, you always want to do them around 500K. So I have them coming up. Probably around Christmas time I'll probably do them. Because I usually take a few months off over the holidays. So I'll probably put it into the shop then and have rods and mains done. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Good morning, family. Well, good morning. But yeah, overhauls and all that is just a part of trucking. Once you do it, it's good for another 500 or 1 million miles, depending on what service you're doing. But doing bearings at 500K is a lot cheaper than throwing a rod through the block because the bearings fail at 600K. Must seem strange not going convoy speeds. It was at first, but now I just kind of fell back into it. To be perfectly honest, this truck likes to run. Driving convoy speeds was always hard because, I don't know, this truck really isn't geared to run slow. It's real happy right around 65, 70. And then anything over that, you're just kind of burning extra fuel because you get up in the RPMs. But being a 10-speed, I don't have a lot of in-between gears. So when I'm trying to go slower and I'm not in the big hole, I'm always jumping between two gears. Saznek says he wants to retire, maybe buy a school bus and travel. Yeah, he was trying to sell me his truck. Does your truck have an automatic transmission? No, it's a 10. Yeah. Are you thinking about what your next truck will be? Not really. I mean, I kind of intend to run this one until it's worn out or until it no longer serves my purpose. I mean, the only thing I would consider probably getting rid of this for is maybe a truck like Saznak's, like a big sleeper, or, you know, maybe an older, like, show-looking truck, like something real fancy, you know. But for just a general, everyday work truck, I'm perfectly content with this one. You remember you and the convoy turned the corner, I stalled it? Hey, no one's supposed to remember that. Hey, you're always supposed to remember me stalling the truck. I liked his living area and how his truck sounds. Yeah. I mean, if those big sleepers weren't so expensive, I'd consider one. But they're way out of my price range. Unless, of course, Saznak wants to cut me a deal on his, you know. And yeah, this is a Cummins. I've never been real impressed with pack cars. I know some people might like them, but I've never been impressed with their motors. I like their trucks, just don't like their motors. I'd love to drive Saznak's truck. I hate to admit it. Yeah, I'd love to, I don't want to say live in Saznak's truck, but I'd love to have all that space, you know. And having a toilet on the road with you, that's a big plus too. Yeah, because every now and then, you know, you wish you had that bathroom with you. Do you tune up your own truck, change brakes, etc.? No. I wish I knew how to do a lot of my own work, but I don't. I have a couple of good mechanics in the area that I have do things for me. I'm good friends with a Cummins rep. He did most of the injector work and all that for me. And then I have a mobile mechanic that comes out, and he's real reasonable for brakes and shocks and things like that. KW is my favorite. T600 is what I spent the most time in. Yeah, they're nice trucks. Living large with a toilet and a shower. Well, the shower is easy enough to do like every couple of days. I mean, yeah, you might not get a shower every night, but usually if you want to, at least every other day or so, you can get a shower out here on the road. Now, the toilet, on the other hand, if you wake up someday and you got a cranky tummy, yeah, that toilet will make your day, you know, just the fact that it's there. often wondered if Stan has a mic mounted inside his firewall. Is his truck that loud on stream? Well, I know it's straight piped. I do know that, so it is loud outside, but I don't know if it's that loud on the stream. How heavy are you hauling? Well, I was just shy of 80 on the way out. I'm probably, I mean, this is including my truck. I'm probably around 60 right now because I only have about 22 in the box, I think. Asking from Australia. Well, you guys down there, you do them road trains, so you got us beat every time. Good morning. Well, good morning. He tells us that he never uses his toilet. We all know he's telling us a fairy tale. I mean, to be perfectly honest, if I had a toilet on a truck, I would try not to use it because at some point you got to empty that tank. But you know there's that day that you're gonna love having that toilet handy, you know. Everyone's got a day like that, you know. Must have a porta pot just in case. I have a 5-gallon bucket. If we want to talk about that. But yeah, I got a 5-gallon bucket. Saznak's truck only has a shower. He removed the coach cassettes for the toilet. Or the catch. Huh. Yeah, it was really loud when he was chatting. That or that car. Chasing that car down. Taking gears. Huh. When that jerk tried to make him run into him. Ah, okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Daniel has a mic for his motor or his truck. Has way less sound deadening installation than yours. Yeah, the new trucks aren't all that loud. They got a lot of sound deadening. And also, my truck has what's called the Arctic Insulation Package, which is extra insulation in the walls of the truck so that it stays like warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer. And actually in the headliners and all the walls, if you pull the headliner down, there's a silver insulation barrier. And it really helps with road noise and, like I said, just keeps it comfortable. So I assume that also probably deadens the sound having that extra barrier. Riding with the convoy, it was hard for me to keep. Do I ever watch Ice Road Truckers? I have once in a while. It's not a show I look to watch. And in all honesty, I don't watch much TV at all. But, I mean, if I'm flipping through the channels that it's on, I won't change the channel. It's just, it's okay. I mean, a lot of those shows are overly dramatized, I think, you know. Would you do that job? Oh, heck no. I like my laid-back trucking. Out here in the hills of Virginia and Tennessee, nothing to bother me, you know. has videos of the setup of his truck. He installed the wood floors. Huh. I've been in there a couple times, you know. I didn't even notice he had real wood floors. That's cool. Haven't watched TV in 10 years. I like my TV. I like my TV is full of nonsense nowadays. Yeah, there's not much good to watch on TV anymore. Where are you at now? We're still in Virginia. We'll be in Virginia, well, heck, for the next almost 3.5 hours. Speaking of that, I probably got a break coming up here. My stupid governmentally mandated breaks that I enjoy so much, especially when I'm trying to get somewhere. Let me see. 4 hours and 2 minutes. I might be able to make it. It's gonna be close. 230 miles in 4 hours and 2 minutes until I have to take a break. It's gonna be real close. But as long as I don't hit traffic, I should make it to the yard before I gotta take a break. Wait, oh, I already answered where you at now. Typing sucks sometimes. TV became foul. Did not much family type shows on, especially when reality TV started. Yeah. It seemed like the stranger and grosser you could make it, the more they like to put it on TV. Oh, speak typing sucks sometimes. I gotcha. Yeah, old logbooks were better for sure. Yeah, I spent my whole 30-minute break the other day complaining about how terrible 30-minute breaks were. I was telling everyone, it's like, yeah, I could be, you know, parked and sleeping 30 minutes earlier. Instead, I'm sitting here, you know, in this rest area, wasting time, waiting for my break to be up. I didn't even leave the seat. I just sat there and talked to the chat for 30 minutes. And it's like, see how useless this is? It's like, what is the point of this 30-minute break? Can live streamers set up speak typing? I know they can set up where, you know, you can have the chat read to you, but I don't know how they do that. But I was watching a trucker live streamer just for the fun of it. He wasn't even with the convoy. And every time his chat typed a but he didn't answer my question when I asked how he did that. That's why when Congress starts to mandate jobs, they always, yeah, they do. Like for me, I mean, I've always worked like that. Like even when I worked in like warehouses and stuff, or when I was doing contract work, I'd ask if I skipped lunch and didn't take any breaks, can I go home an hour early? They're like, oh, yeah, I guess so, because we pay you for them. It's like, okay. So I'd work, you know, an hour less than everyone else because I'd skip lunch and wouldn't take a break. I just prefer to get things out of the way, you know. Are you going down 81? Yep, we're heading down 81. Good morning, good buddy. Well, good morning. Woo, FedEx. Whoa. Come on, ego. You ain't got gas to get up the hill. Let's not turn it into an elephant race. Holy crap, gonna wreck right in front of you? Yeah, he whipped those doubles over pretty good. Make a little mud pig for sale. I would get one for my truck. Yeah, we've talked about it before, kind of jokingly. We could probably come up with something. I don't think I'm going to get a bobblehead like they keep joking with Sasnak about, though. The landscape is so green out there compared to Northern California. Yeah. It's pretty green in the East Coast for sure. We get the rain to keep it green too. I still have my hubby's logbooks from pre 1985 when he quit hauling for money. Reckon DOT will need to look at him. Nah, I forget how long you need to keep logs for. But yeah, there is a time frame, but it's definitely not that many years. I think it's only like maybe a year or two. I don't know, don't quote me on that. Okay, you have to clear up something Stan said. In CB talk, you can't say 10-4 good buddy anymore. I don't know. But really, no one uses any of the 10 codes anymore. I mean, most of the 10 codes have long been forgotten. I mean, the only ones people remember are like 10-4 and 10-100. But there's a million 10 codes, and none of them are used. And this fog is a sticky fog. I don't know if you can see that, but I can barely see. This stupid, sticky, wet fog that clings to your windshield. it easy and have a safe trip. Hope traffic don't hold you up until the next time. Well, thank you for stopping by. You could give the little piggies with your name and phone number and then hand them out to peeps at your pickup and drop off points. Huh. That'd be interesting. Have like a little piggy as a business card. That'd be funny. What is this, a food truck? Looks like a food truck. It's a cool little food truck, but it looks like a food truck on a trailer. Okay, it's not a whole food truck. It's like the food truck minus the truck part. That's exactly what it is. It's got the holes for the wheels and everything. 10-4 BRB. Alright, see you later. And exactly. Is it gypsy? Nah. Don't think so. I haven't heard or seen anything from Gypsy since everything went sideways. Exactly for the piggies being your business card. Only put a hole in them like a piggy bank. Huh. That'd be interesting. Just have it slotted in. Candy dish. Tell you what, if you hand someone a little pig business card, at least they'd remember it. Everyone I like got the hell out of Dodge when that went sideways. Yeah. Good morning. Mud Pig sure is foggy out there. Yeah, and it's that sticky fog too. I keep having to run the wipers because it's such a wet fog that it just keeps sticking to the windshield. Yeah, it was raining pretty good earlier when I first got started. Now we're just dealing with the fog. Yes, they would, and it would stick around. Yeah. I could see that. Good morning, North Star. Haven't seen a candy dish for years except at Christmas. I've seen them at Chinese restaurants. That's about the only place I see a candy dish, and they got like the mint sitting in them. Gotta turn in, so nice riding with you. Always a classy show. Good night and safe travels. Well, good night. Thank you for stopping by. Where are we heading this morning? We're heading back to the glass factory or glass plant, I guess it'd be, at Churchill. Yep, got a return of empty racks we're bringing back, and oof. And we're getting staged for tomorrow's pickup. That's a Crete carrier trailer? Man, that's fancy. I was going to say North Star last time I checked. It was a male. Jesse is the girl's one. My family always had hard candy dishes long ago. Yeah, my grandmother always had candy out. She always had a little jar of those nonpareils. Like it was little bits of chocolate with like little white balls on it. She always had a jar of them, and she always had a jar of fruit slices. Like they're gummy, and they're fruit flavored. And then she normally had Necco wafers, but that was in her purse. Just woke up. Well, I'm happy you decided to start your morning with us then. Cut the federal tax on the fuel. All right. Well, that's nice, but how are they paying the tax then? Because if you cut one tax, you have to replace it with another, or you got to cut spending, and they're not going to cut spending. Just for the holiday. I mean, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe I need to go out and buy myself a couple of big fuel tanks, and we'll get some discount fuel for the holiday then. And no problem, North Star. Some of the truckers can't find DEF now. Yeah, I've been hearing that. Oh, I was just saying I haven't seen no DEF shortages, but I've been keeping my DEF tank full just in case. But my truck also uses very little DEF, so it's not a big deal. I mean, I could probably run for a month on the DEF my truck carries. I mean, I went all the way from Hagerstown to California and back and still had a half a tank of DEF. Give you an idea how little DEF my truck uses. And yeah, I agree with screwing us with the tax cut. Because, I mean, a tax cut is not solving a problem. It's like putting a Band-Aid on it, you know? You got to solve the problem and increase U.S. fuel production, and then fuel prices will go down. Now, then they'll be complaining, oh, we can't get the budget to balance or something, you know? We'll have to raise another tax to make up for the money. It's not fixing anything. It's just pushing the problem down the road. trying to pass some crap. Rewording it so it goes through the house. I got a letter or something about that to contact my senator about that. I can't remember what it was about though. But yeah, something about guns. But they always have funds for pet projects. That's true too. I just like how they forget there's no such thing as a tax cut without either a budget cut to go with it or moving it. Because, you know, the government doesn't make money, they collect money and then they spend money. So if they cut the money that they're collecting, then they either have to cut spending or just collect it from elsewhere. I'm one pissed off American. Yeah. That deer was mighty close to the road. Sitting there right at the edge of the road with its eating the grass that, yeah, was growing right next to the breakdown lane. Shouldn't vote for anyone who has been in for more than 2 terms. Yeah, makes sense. People got their heads stuck in the sand and don't really see what's going on. I understand most people just trying to work and get by, but people need to wake up. Yeah, people do. I mean, most people probably think that a tax cut's a good thing. But like I was saying, it's usually not a permanent tax cut without a form of replacement. And that's just why whenever I look at a tax cut, I always think, all right, well, good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. Now you can stay on the soapbox. It makes the ride interesting, you know. But hey, Spider, morning. George Carlin had some good ideas on how to balance the budget. Oh my goodness. One big problem is that most people don't want to be an adult. They want everything for free. That's true. I mean, I'll give you an idea how to fix politicians and the budget and everything all at once. Make public servants again. Don't make it where, you know, they're getting rich off of sitting in office, you know. Then it wouldn't be such a desirable job. People wouldn't make a lifestyle out of it. Put them in there on a school teacher or a janitor salary and see how long people want to be public servants for. It's like, if you're serving the public, why are you lining your pockets and buying mansions and being, you know, filthy rich by serving the public? But that's just me being ornery. Like spending 50 years in office, that's just insane. Yeah, spending 50 years in office and then, you know, retiring a millionaire just from being sitting in office. Boy, MudPigTrucking, the voice of reason, the voice of peace and wisdom, the voice of patience and love. I miss you and your common sense logic of understanding. Well, thank you. Holy crap. That was a heck of a message. George Carlin was ahead of his time. That's how we lost Ted Cruz. When term limits were mentioned, he stopped agreeing with the convoy. You're not ornery. Truth hurts. Has nothing to do with ornery. You see the truth and speak it. Thank you. Yeah, totally agree, Phil. And all they do most of the time is... oh, that's terrible. Good morning, so glad to see you rolling down the road. I'm glad to be rolling down the road. Politicians' bank accounts don't match their salaries. Yeah, that's true too. My friend and I celebrated birthdays by going to a petting zoo in Sevierville, Tennessee. Mine was the 18th, hers is the 30th. We are senior citizens. Hey, there's nothing wrong with going to a petting zoo. I mean, I'm right up the road from Sevierville whenever I'm at the glass plant. We're about an hour out. And hers is the 20th, okay. In 2023, a man at our church was a rep for North Carolina. He came home in the middle of the week and term, gave a press conference. No one can have honesty and integrity in DC anymore. I gave up my seat and came home. Wow. Thanks for letting me ride along this morning. No problem. That seems to be a problem with a lot of politicians, is You know, they just don't know how to be honest. They've lost contact with the people they represent, is the easiest way to put that. See a sign for Morristown, that's us. We have the only does that say overhead sidewalks on our main street? All the people have 401. We're getting screwed with the stock market. Yeah. Retirement funds are taking a hit, that's for sure. Face it, always some kind of dirt on them. You cannot get in office if you don't have some kind of dirt on you. Yeah. I mean, that's how you make deals too, you know. It's like, oh, I know what you did last summer, and you know, if you don't sign this bill, I'm gonna, you know, leak it to the press or something, you know. And yeah. My hubby is old enough and he took most of his out without penalty. That was smart. You never get anyone holding an office to open up their books and show you where they got their money. You being ornery, you have such a calm disposition or demeanor for being ornery. Yeah, I try. Hope is the way station open today? Guess lane and find out. Yeah, I'll catch up with chat in a second here. I gotta see if this way station's open or not. It is, I can't see over the bus. Closed. All right. Let's get around the bus and around TMC because he's governed at 62 miles an hour. Get back to the chat here. Or we won't get around TMC because Expo can't get up the hill. factory where my little brother's work is closing down and he's going to lose everything. Must have missed something up a little further there, but that's terrible. Good morning, Phil, and everyone. Have a great day. Well, we'll try. Thank you for that. You too. Sky is confusing, LOL, but that's gorgeous. What? Expo's no business in the left lane? Nah, he don't. He's hogging it up is what his business is. But he's probably governed at 65. TMC is governed at 62, and they just sit there and have what I like to call an elephant race, because it doesn't happen quick and they're sure big, and that's why I always say that joke about an elephant race, because that's why they never raced elephants, because it's boring. They're going to keep raising prices where it's going to be impossible for truckers to make a living. It's coming. Yeah. I could see it being impossible for truckers to make a living, but that's why I'm glad we're dedicated to this company, because we should be a little bit protected, because we're already getting really strong rates and they're guaranteed rates. When other people get desperate and start undercutting each other, you know, we're not going to have the issues with the spot. Phil, do you like hauling glass? Yeah, I already answered that, I thought. Might be running behind a little bit.
Keep right on I-81.
Yeah, like I was saying, I really enjoy it, actually. It's simple. Oh, come on. All DeSantis wants Disney to do is actually pay their taxes, right? What about gas prices? Yeah, diesel's going to get expensive, but most of the time companies understand if they want their stuff to move that they're going to have to raise their rates to cover expenses, because we ain't going to work for free. You get to go camping yet? Nah, not yet. I've seen that too. Some of the big companies are going to start trying those electric trucks. Apparently there's one that's been running a beer run out west. I can't remember what brewery it's running for, but I just remember it was hauling beer. And it's been doing all right, I guess. But yeah, I don't know about the electric trucks and computer trucks and self-driving trucks and all that. Because even the best computer can't anticipate like an actual driver can. Like a computer will make a decision based on what's happening right now, where a driver can look at a car and go, man, he's been swerving for a while, or he's probably playing with his phone or something. He might do something stupid, and you can anticipate that and either back off or go on around them or something and not stay behind them like a computer may do. How does a cop pull over an electric truck? I guess with a spike strip. I don't know. There'd have to be a way for the cop to signal that he wants to pull over the truck. Who knows? Maybe electric vehicles are going to be immune from DOT because they can't pull them over. So, it'll be out there with bald tires and no brakes. Went to Cabela's in Pottsville yesterday. It was so odd with the volumes of taxidermy there. I forgot to buy the fishing line I needed. Yeah, that Cabela's is a heck of a place. I've been there many times. There's a pretty good Army surplus store. Old pocket knives and stuff in there. With our company, I saw a docu on. There was one lead truck and the other 5 or 6. Okay, you're talking about, what's that called? Not convoying. There's a name for that, where they all follow each other. I can't think of it now. It's right on the tip of my tongue, notes. Platooning is what they're calling it. They're calling it truck platooning, where there's going to be one truck that drives and all the rest follow real close, like a little road train kind of thing. Yes, platooning. Hello, my brain ain't awake yet. Yeah, mine's awake. It just wasn't firing the right neurons to pull that up for a second, Is that when the first one crashes, all the others rear-end it? Pretty much, because from what I was seeing, they're not going to be following a safe distance, we'll put it that way. They're going to be right up each other's wazoos. Yeah, because they're claiming about how much fuel they'll save by, drafting on the lead truck. And I know the one article I was reading out there comparing it to how geese fly, like the one's going to break the wind for the rest. And I mean, it sounds interesting. I just don't know what happens when Joe Smo cuts off the platoon and now instead of 80,000 pound wrecking ball hitting you, you have a, well, would be 8. Ooh, excuse me. What's like 8 times 5? You have a 400,000 pound wrecking ball. 8 times 5 would be 40. Yeah. Or a 400,000 pound wrecking ball smacking you. Yeah, I don't think that'd be good. I don't know what this Jersey driver's doing. He's doing 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. The guy got me trapped at the moment. But when you get passed by a TMC, you're doing something wrong. Sounds like you should be on a train track instead of the highway. Yeah, that sounds about right. TMC is up here, it's the flatbed. TMC governs their trucks, or at least they used to. This guy's moving pretty good. But they used to govern their trucks at 62 mile an hour, which is basically under the speed limit in every single state. But yeah, I guess they did it for fuel efficiency or safety or something. But TMCs are kind of universally known as one of the slowest trucks on the road. So yeah, see TMC right on his tarp on the back, all his mud flaps. But they do have these beautiful Peterbilts with the chicken lights and everything, but they have no go. Huh. I mean, that would be interesting. Where are you heading to? Churchill, Tennessee. Yep, we're heading back to the glass plant. Oh, Phil, did you hear about this scam with Amazon truckers? Don't think so. A few weeks ago, a cop pulled over one of the driverless food delivery cars for running a light. The cop freaked out when there wasn't a driver. There's a device that makes the car stop for police. Ah, okay. So the car is smart enough to know if, they turn the lights on to pull over. They save too much money on fuel and there'd be no money made. Oh my goodness. And that would be a hell of a thing, though, to put some kind of system in where if you're traveling the whole way across the state, just hop your car on it and whoop, Just relax your way to the other side of the state, not burn no fuel. Same with the electric industry. Tesla would have cost consumers $0 and government went with Edison because money could be made. Check out about the Amazon trucker scam. Get a chance. It's a scam where the trick the trucker to give up their Amazon load and they go take it and loot the truck. Oh. As far as electric, we're going back to the old AC versus DC argument, which is better for a power grid, alternating current or direct current. And then at what voltage is it most efficient to run it at, too. Because if you think we run at 120, but a lot of countries run it, I think it's 240. But the higher the voltage, the more efficient it is, because the less loss you have. Yeah, speaking of Tesla, I had an interesting debate with one of my friends one time. We were just, I don't know if we were really drunk, but we were just in a goofy mood. And we were debating if Tesla was a scientist or a musician. And the reason we were debating if he was a scientist or a musician is most of Tesla's work dealt with vibrations and resonant frequencies. Well, what do musicians do? They create vibrations and they use the resonant frequencies of their instruments to make sound and energy, because sound is energy. So we were having a little silly debate about that, whether Tesla was a musician or a scientist. MudPig, how are things going? Going great. He was both. He was an ultra genius. Yeah. He was definitely ahead of his time, that's for sure. Heck, I think a lot of his research is still in some U.S. government black box. I don't think the stuff that disappeared from his New York lab was ever released. If you have a good way to do things or make things better, don't let the government get a hold of it. They'll use it to make money or destroy it. They don't want to release because the government can't make money off of it. Probably. Yes, he did want free energy for everybody. I mean, the thing I don't understand is Tesla apparently had a way to transfer energy wirelessly, right? But we just got wireless chargers for our phones a few years ago, and they're not truly wireless. You still gotta lay your phone on it. So you still need contact. I don't know. I want my phone just to charge anywhere in the house. Alright, Sally, you got around the hopper bottom. Now get out of my way. Government is always 50 years ahead of whatever we see now. They're 50 years ahead. Yeah, I've heard that before about the government, that once it gets to the general public, they've already had it for a long time. Plastic parts. Well, the other thing with electric cars is people like to talk about carbon footprints and how much of a carbon footprint, you know, like an internal combustion car versus electric car versus a hybrid. Well, people always forget when they're talking about the carbon footprint on cars. They always like to start the electric car at 0, which isn't true. Electric cars require a lot of rare elements to make all them batteries. So the carbon footprint of the electric car, it actually starts a lot higher than a conventional car, which is made out of easily accessible iron and tin and all that stuff. So the electric car is actually worse for the environment when it's new than an internal combustion car. And it takes a long time to offset all that carbon from making the electric car to where it's equal to the internal combustion car. So those graphs they like to show you about how good the electric car is for the environment, every single one of them is incorrect. But we won't go down that rabbit hole. I'm just saying they don't take into account manufacturing the vehicle. Well, exactly. Green, none of it. Yep. Lithium destroys. Yep, you're right. You're right on the same page. That's where I was going. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, though. I mean, electric cars are interesting in their own way just because I'm a technology person. So I think the technology that goes into making them work is incredible. But being green, they are not. Yes, and also recharging. Because that energy is produced somehow. Unless you put solar panels on your house and charge exclusively off of solar, there's still a lot of coal plants and nuclear plants in the country. Some countries, I don't think we do anymore, but some countries still use diesel for electric generation. Yeah, nanny boo boo. Yep, going. Yep. The government's pushing it for environmental gains. Yep. It's for money gains, not environmental gains. And electric cars are not good. No. Let's not mention the fact that if your electric car suddenly burst into flames, which many of them are known to do, the fire department won't even try to put it out because it's too dangerous. You quite literally can't put out a lithium fire. Once lithium starts to burn, yeah, good luck. Yeah, I don't know if Spider's still in here, but I don't know if he's ever had an RC car battery pack go up on him, but yeah, it's no fun. I had one go up on me one time, and yeah, it'll shoot flames out of a little RC car battery pack. It'll shoot flames feet in the air. And that's just one little battery pack in an RC car. Imagine the whole floor of that Tesla full of batteries and all those. or off-gassing and shooting fire. Yep, not pretty. If I remember right, we actually lost a whole shipment of cars out in the middle of the ocean because an electric car caught fire a while back. Some countries still have no power at all. And they get the people in China to make batteries and stuff. Not yet, but I do charge them in a fireproof bag. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you don't want one of those to go up. If it starts getting puffy on you, get rid of it. I did the old, oh, I got a few more days on this. Yeah. It burned a hole right through the body. I was able to pull it out before the whole car was lost. But yeah. China is the only place that makes the batteries now. Yeah, exactly. Ford, Tesla, a lot of them are putting their battery packs right in the frame. I forget what they're calling it, but the battery packs actually become structural to the car. Well, what happens when that car's in an accident and has frame damage? That's going to rupture those battery packs. Only lost one to swelling. Yeah, that happens too. Yeah, they'll swell, and if you ignore them when they swell, then they'll eventually bust on you. You want to live in a country where you have your own well and there's no electric? I don't know if I'd want to have no electric, but controlling your own water supply is definitely good. Government made illegal to mine lithium here. I wonder why. Stuff's even hazardous to mine, like it reacts with the air around it. Yeah, all cars electric. Yep. Leave everyone else afoot. Yeah, and did you see the guy that blew up his Tesla with dynamite or something because he didn't want to pay $20,000 for a battery? It was on YouTube. Yeah, he had some, I don't remember what model Tesla it was, but it was a Tesla, and the battery pack went bad, and instead of paying all that money to get it fixed, he blew it up on YouTube. Well, you gotta remember, horses are the original self-driving car. They might not take you home, but they'll at least take you where there's food for them. Can you imagine how much money it's going to cost for a replacement battery? Well, that's what they just said. It was like $20,000 to $25,000 for a replacement battery. There are some companies out there that'll go through the battery packs, find the bad cells, and just replace the bad cells, but even that's expensive. But there are companies out there rebuilding Tesla packs. But that's something like that people miss with like laptop batteries and anything that uses lithium batteries. There's individual cells in those packs. So a lot of times whenever your laptop battery or your car battery in the electric car goes bad, it's a few bad cells. So like you can pop open one of those laptop batteries, pull out the bad cell, put a good cell in, and the laptop battery will work again. But most of the time you just throw out the whole battery pack and not try to repair it, because you don't repair anything anymore. Musk has never stuttered. No way you could afford to replace a battery? Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, by the time you replace the battery, replacing the battery is more than the car's worth.
Construction was reported on I-81.
Learn something you didn't know. Oh, what about being able to rebuild laptop batteries? Well, the only reason I know that is because I used to scout, or what do you call it, salvage 18650 batteries from laptop battery packs to make battery packs for RC cars. Yeah, because a lithium battery is a lithium battery, and laptop battery packs have 18650s in it. You can get bad battery packs real cheap. And once you get a multimeter out and start testing them, the majority of the cells will be fine. You know, you'll have one or two bad cells in a whole laptop pack. And if you just replace those cells, then the pack's good to go. Yeah, it's not hard at all. An 18650 battery cell, if you look it up, it's probably the closest equivalent is like maybe 2 C batteries stacked on top of each other, but not quite that tall. And yeah, what you just need is you need 2 packs. And you're going to hope you have enough good cells between the 2 of them, and just follow the wiring. Unsolder the bad cell and solder in the good cells. Such a lovely road, wonderful, beautiful. America is gorgeous. Yeah. I mean, I enjoy this drive. There's lots to look at. It's not flat and boring, you know. Flat and boring's nice, but I prefer scenery. But yeah, the laptop companies don't want you repairing the batteries because they want to sell you a new couple $100 battery. know how to use a soldering iron to rebuild a battery pack. You hate Windows 11, it sucks. I haven't upgraded yet. My computer keeps asking me to, and everything works the way I want it to, so I don't want to upgrade. Because Windows updates have a bad habit of breaking things. XP was the greatest Windows version? Well, that's debatable. XP stored all the passwords that logged into the computer in a, I can't remember what the file was called. I want to say it was just called like a PWL file or something like that. But that file was very easily decrypted. So anytime you logged into a computer or someone knew where to look, they could find all your passwords and log into the computer as you. I learned that when I was in computer school. That was a very well-known vulnerability with the older systems. It was really interesting if, say, a network admin would log into a computer, then you could go to that computer, log in as yourself, get the network admin's account information, and do whatever you wanted to on the network. It was very insecure back then. I kept trying to make me go to Windows 11. I got it fixed now where it won't upgrade to 11. Yeah. I'm going to give 11 a while yet. I also don't like that they move things around. I like my thing, my start button and all that where it is, you know. day, Phil. Travel mercies. Stay safe. Enjoy the day. Well, I'll try. Thank you. Enjoy your day as well. Have a great day, Phil. Or have a great day, all. God bless America. Well, thank you. You have a great day also. Yeah, they have a lot of old, like, well, I always called them platter hard drives or spinning disk drives, you know, like the old school hard drives, the ones you can hear click, not SSDs. But yeah, the older hard drives are really, really cheap for backups. And there's software nowadays where you don't even got to think about it. You know, just run a backup in the background. What you want to do with that backup then is then back up that backup in case that hard drive were to fail. I'm OTR2 going to Alabama for a couple of iron pig games. Stay safe. Enjoy the road trip too. I'll try. It's been a while since I've been down to Alabama. I used to be down in Anniston all the time now. That was getting back when I was doing the military freight. Fred Flintstone cars, there we go. You do Fred Flintstone cars or put pedals in them and call them bicycle cars. Go back to people power, right? That's great. Not Alabama, Pennsylvania, your home state. Oh, I read that wrong then, okay. My first computer was a Radio Shack computer, had a backup tape recorder. Learned to do some simple programming and keep track of my cows info. Now, are you talking like a tape where you used a cassette tape? Because I had one of those, I think I was on a Commodore actually, where it was an actual like audio cassette drive, or there was also tape drives, which was like a reel-to-reel drive. Like if you remember the old reel-to-reel audio players. There was two types of tape drives back then. I'm just curious. Cool to see the American trucks and the environment. Very beautiful. I subbed. Well, thank you. A cassette. Okay. Yeah, those were neat where you just put the cassette in and it would, you know, sync and everything. Whoa, buddy. Stay in your lane there, idiot. To fumbled the train horn there, I would have blew the train horn at that flatbed that came over into my lane. like the 80s, and they've kept it alive. I don't know if you can dial into it still or how you access it, but I thought that was interesting. Fuzzy to me for Sunville. I'll tell you in a second. It should be. Doesn't say a town though. Any good around here might need a steering servo for my end. That's like, yeah, it's pretty much Kranzels, and I can't think of the one in Lancaster with the indoor track. Oh, buffering. Okay, there we're back. But yeah, Spider, I was saying there's one in Lancaster that has an indoor track. It's an indoor dirt track. If you just look like RC Raceway Lancaster, it'll come up. It's a great big old warehouse. That's the biggest one in the area. And then right by me here in Harrisburg is Kranzels. But those are the only two I can think of. Buffering a lot. Yeah, it must just be a bad area here. I'm in the Netherlands. For me, it sometimes pauses. Well, thank you for watching from the Netherlands.
In 1 3/4 miles, keep left to I-81.
Because that's in Harrisburg. I think the one in Lancaster will be closer. And there might be some smaller shops, but the one in Lancaster has everything. I mean, it's an old warehouse that they put a big dirt track in. It's actually kind of fun to play with. I think they also have slot cars last I was down there. I don't know if you're into slot cars or not. Yeah. I'm gonna hop off. Thank you for letting me ride along, and thank you to everyone for chatting. Hugs, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Well, thank you for stopping by. And yeah, Linda, I heard something about that. That, you know, they've uncovered those research papers recently, we'll put it that way.
Keep left to I-81. I-81.
Thanks. Here we don't have that many nature and mountains. Love to see the freedom of space. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we're not too terribly crowded here. Tree routes were too tempting. Drove the truck 10 feet up the tree. Was awesome until it landed wrong. Oh no. Yeah, I've burned out servos before too. It's easy to do. I've also burned, or not burned up the teeth, but busted the teeth out of them as well. I guess is the best way to say that. It sounds terrible busting the teeth out of something, but yeah, you put too much pressure on the servo, it just shears off all the teeth. Yeah, if you run down to the one in Lancaster, if the track's open, you should bring one of your cars with, because you'll have a blast just running on their indoor track. It's an indoor dirt track with all kinds of jumps and stuff. Paddle tires, you probably definitely want to go to the one in Lancaster. I'm not sure if Cransville would have them. Cransville's is in the ballpark, but we're not super close. We got, it's probably gonna be 2 hours because I'm gonna have to take my governmentally mandated half-hour break here in a little bit. I'm probably going to join him for a day or two when he hits West Virginia. But we'll have to see what kind of pace he sets and everything, and how things look in a couple months when he gets over this way. But I think I really do want to do that. wagon train, you always had the wagon, you could ride it. I mean, I know a lot of them probably didn't walk, but it just 15 miles in a wagon. Huh. That makes the 20 sound really hard. Where is he starting from? The Reno area. So a tentative schedule, 20 or 21 days just in Nevada. finish that sometime. I started watching it, but didn't get a chance to get through the whole thing. Looking for a job, I talked to Santa for a bit. He even offered that I could come work for the company that he works for, and he'd help me get in there. Because I don't know who told him, but yeah, somehow word got to Santa that I was unemployed, and he called me and said that he could get me in where he is. So far, I'm loving it. It's one of the easiest trucking jobs I've done, honestly. It almost feels like I'm halfway retired. hoping Bruce was going to go back. Well, Bruce was hurting like the rest of us. I mean, I know even before we hit California, he was in bad shape financially, because I was sharing his Cash App every now and then for him. And yeah, it left a bad taste, and hopefully everyone can rise above it. That's what I hope as well, you know. Because many of us, I mean, many of us spent thousands of miles together, you know. And many of us were there for months together. I mean, we all kind of grew close, you know. But when we were forced to make a decision, you know, I personally went home to think about it. I mean, other people, you know, let tempers flare up and all that, you know. But it was just, how do I want to put this? It was just, everyone was stressed and worried and confused, and yeah, it was just, it's not the way those people actually work, you know. It's when you're put under pressure, you know, sometimes your bad side can come out a little bit. Has anyone heard from Freedom Ford? I've been playing phone tag with them. Every now and then I'll call him and, you know, leave him a message, and then every now and then he'll call me back and miss me and leave a message. But I haven't actually talked to him, but I do have his phone number, and I've been trying to reach out and see how he's been doing. Did sacrifice a lot. I mean, I had to take out a loan just to be able to go back to work. I didn't even have money to cover my fuel to be able to go back to work, so I had to borrow money just so I could go back to work. But I'll be good this week. I'll get my first paycheck, so we'll be all right. If we had not went to California, we could have kept growing. I don't know about kept growing, but I do know that we did spend a lot of money to go to California and back. So it could have sustained longer maybe. But the problem with sitting in Hagerstown even is when they arrived there was hundreds of trucks. But everyone kind of got tired of doing laps on the Beltway and went dwindling even sitting in Hagerstown. So I don't know what the right decision there was. I mean, I was there for the vote when we voted to go to California, and it was mostly unanimous. I mean, some people said that they wanted to go because they wanted to convoy again. Some people said that they wanted to go because of the bills. I mean, it wasn't unanimous on why to go to California, but it was pretty much unanimous that people were tired of sitting in Hagerstown. You talked to Andrew, he's still waiting for the Freedom Ford to be fixed. Has anyone heard from Mike? I talk to Mike just about every day. Yeah, Mike only lives right up the road from me, and I actually work for Mike now. So is Mike doing good? Yeah. He seems to be doing all right. We haven't talked about the convoy. I've been kind of letting him bring that up if he wants to. But we talk about trucking and, you know, what we've been up to and, you know, things like that. But I'm letting him bring up the convoy on his own time. Since the convoy as well. He's doing all right. He's back to work where he worked before the convoy started. And yeah, Marcus was very upset with everything. I mean, I was standing there. I mean, I was quite literally talking to Marcus when everything fell apart. Blinky and myself were at the end of the stage right after the meeting. We were talking and Marcus was right there with us. But then as everything kind of went sideways, Blinky and myself, we kind of backed up a little bit to get out of the way because we didn't want to be part of that disaster, you know, where everyone was screaming and yelling and carrying on. But yeah, I was right there for all that, and it was heartbreaking, really, to see everyone that, you know, spent so much time together. You know, some people were scared, other people were upset. It was just, I don't even know how to describe it. I was just upset that in the way people were behaving, you know. Ride Along Gang, good morning. Oh, Ride Along Gang's here. Heck, howdy. We were just there through Pigeon Forge a week ago. Yeah, I actually think I'm going to stop and take my half hour at the Bristol rest area. I don't perfect to take over when I end. Just about out of hours by the time I drop this, because right now I have a load of return racks that I'm going to be dropping at the plant, and then I'll just be parked until early tomorrow morning, because I got to make sure I also have time to get my 10 in. So I'm going to get down here around noon, and I can't remember what time my pickup picks up, but yeah, it's sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning if I remember right. We'll be picking up and heading out again. Yeah, once I make it back to the plant and shut down, I'm going to be done for the day. Still have to get up at 2 a.m. even if I could pick up today, because most of the places we deliver to want it there by like lunchtime or mid-afternoon. And then if there's a return, the return needs to be back by dinner time, because the plant don't take returns after, I think it's 7 they stop taking returns. About Fridays is if there's not a return, then I can take my time coming back. So I might not even come back tomorrow. We'll see. I might find somewhere down south to stop if there's anywhere interesting. How far do y'all run? Basically anywhere we can get to in a day is usually what we do, but this load here is a 2-day load, and it's kind of an oddball. Most of our stuff is out and back. We go out in the morning and we're back in the same parking spot in the evening. for you?
In 1 3/4 miles, take exit 74B on the right to US 11W South.
And we're going to ignore the GPS for a second. And we're going to come in a different way because I don't want to hit all those red lights. Oh, we're buffering?
Take exit
Get
1.
back there and put a movie on, and then I'm like, I got a snack. X. Crumbs in the beard, Vincent, is that you? Oh, that's terrible. There we go. I think we're back. Yeah, it was me and Jeff. We're in Sacramento at the race. Man, it's funny how I don't buffer when I'm not near a city, and I get near a city and I start buffering. Okay, looks like we're back again. Yeah, I'm surprised they're still good, but they are. But yeah, that's my evening relaxation snack. sit down, put a movie on TV, snack on some pork rinds. Just makes too much of a mess if I'm trying to like grab them and drive and stuff. But if I can concentrate on not getting crumbs everywhere, then I'm alright with them.
Phil, glad to see you in the morning. What's for breakfast?
Well, for breakfast for me was a little bit of lunch meat and some trail mix. Yeah, lunch is going to be my big meal today. I think I might do bratwurst today. And then I'll be asleep by dinner time, or before dinner time probably. But I eat all the beef jerky, or ate all the beef jerky. Not sure why I said eat. But yeah, I ate all the beef jerky, so now it's just trail mix. Exit 23 has an Amish deli and store with truck parking. Well, don't tell me that. Exit 23 off of what? Now I need to know. Convoys create awareness, had the same feelings as me. Oh, awareness fellows alone, happy to find many others had the same feelings as me. Yeah, it did. It created a lot of awareness, and that's why I made the point to tell people whenever they came out. I said, hey, it's great you're here to see us, but talk to everyone. Don't just talk to the drivers, talk to the other locals and all that. Amish deli, yum. Yesterday, BLT special Wendy's probably close. How close to Amish deli to me is in the south. Exit 23 where though? Is it exit 23 off of 81? Exit 23 off of 26? Because now you're making me hungry. I don't know if you already answered that and I missed it, but yeah, the chat was scrolling a little bit there for a second. Now I don't want to know what exit 23 because you're making me hungry. Off of 81. Alright. I'm not going quite that far, unfortunately. But if I ever go that way, I'll have to remember that. Amish deli with truck parking off of 23. You've been following Oreo ever since I left? Oh yeah, someone asked earlier about Oreo, and I haven't been in contact with Oreo since I visited 1776. And we had a chat there, and everything seemed to go well, but I don't know what he's been up to since then. I don't have his number or anything to reach out to him. Yeah, Oreo was one of the ones that seemed like he was glad to have me back. We had a good chat down in Bunker Hill.
B
I
on
backed
the
off
right
and gave
to
her room to
I-26
jump in
West.
between me and Western Express. And, yeah, he didn't want to go. Yoder's special today's Italian sub with chips for $7.95. That's a hell of a deal. You know where I'm going in Churchill, Tennessee? Hey, it's no secret.
Take exit 57B on the right to I-26 West.
It seems like we have a lot of locals or people familiar with the area in here. By the way, I don't remember, did I tell you guys that I got a chance to try Pals on Monday? The fries were delicious and the burger was pretty good too. The only problem with Pals is they're drive-through only, so I couldn't take the truck. But one of the other drivers here was picking up food for his family, and he asked me, he's like, "You want a burger?" I'm like, "Oh, what kind of burger?" He's like, "Oh, we're going to Pals." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I guess if you don't mind, I'll take a burger." So yeah, he bought me a
Continue
burger
on I-26.
and fries and a tea. It was really good, actually. Living the van life, but sleep in truck stops mostly. Safer for women, plus I get showers. Yeah, I actually watch a lot of van life YouTubers because the van life people, you guys have a lot of good ideas for how to get by, you know. And a lot of that stuff can, you know, transfer to trucking. Like I have a solar generator I carry in the truck. You know, it provides power if I don't want to use the APU. And I also got a 5-gallon bucket and wag bags. Someone had told me about them, and haven't had to use them yet, but it's good to know about. Yeah, I find those van life videos very intriguing. Despite how big these trucks are, our actual living space is probably about the same. And some of those Sprinter vans and stuff I've seen where they put like running water and kitchens in. You guys do better than we do. I've watched van life and RV channels. I've watched 6+ years. That's how I found Sasnak from a Bob Wells video at the RTR. Not sure who Bob Wells is. But yeah, it's very comparable. Living in like a Sprinter van and living in a semi truck. We're bigger, but like I said, the square footage available to use is relatively close. I was forced into van life this year. House fire. Oh goodness, and I was the only survivor. I try to look at it as an adventure, keeps my spirits up. Oh, it's definitely an adventure. But sorry to hear about that. Holy cow.
Take exit 1 on the right to US 11W South, then keep left.
Everyone have a wonderful day. Well, thank you. We'll try and you as well.
Take exit
Well,
1
good morning,
on the right
Kimberly.
to US
You're
11W
catching
South,
me just
then
as I'm
keep
finishing
left.
up for the day. Yeah, we're just about back. We're going to drop these racks off, and then we're done for the day, and it'll be another early day tomorrow.
Keep left to West Stone Drive, then take the first left.
Did you take your break yet? No, I didn't. I'm actually going to run it right in. I was looking at the time and the mileage, and I'm going to be cutting it really close within like probably about 10 minutes.
Turn left at the traffic
But
light.
we're going to try to do it with the time I have. I thought I was going to have to take a half hour. Oh, excuse me, but I'm going to be able to cut it off. Speaking of which, I need to go out and start cleaning my camper. We're going out the 1st through the 5th. Awesome. Well, have a good time. We got to clean our camper too. Sorry I missed the entire trip. Did you get by the house? No, I didn't stop at the house. I had to get back. Do I still talk to Freedom Ford? I've tried, but we've been playing phone tag. I haven't actually got him on the phone, but I've called him, he's called me, but we just keep missing each other.
Continue on West Stone Drive.
I'm not stopping for that light, I'm too heavy. It's going to change on the trailer, but oh well. One of the downsides with trucks, if it changes on you and you're that close, you're not going to lock it up and try to stop. Talk to Jen. Please give Grey Wolf a call. He wants to know about Starlink. Yes, I can do that today. I'll be shut down here before lunch, and I'll give him a ring while I'm eating lunch. Also, if you could tell about what we talked about, how Prism splits the signal for the phone versus with. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we can definitely chat about that too. Yeah, what I use is a paid service, but it's not that expensive. But I will say, if what he wants Starlink for is to live stream, it will not work. Because Starlink drops too many packets. It's great for internet access and for downloading and uploading, but it's not good for live streams. But I'll talk to him about it then. switching satellites. I think it, how do I want to put it? I think it stutters for a second when it switches from satellite to satellite. I don't think it's seamless. Because it's kind of, excuse me. It's kind of random when those stutters occur. Like sometimes it might be 10 minutes and then it stutters, and then sometimes it might be 20 minutes and it stutters. That's the only reason I can think for that. Hi, I'm here from Ride Along Gang. Well, howdy. Thank you for dropping in. Holy cow, the line of pals is out into the street. I'm going to join these other trucks in the other lane here. Hey, we got some snacks from Ride Along Gang. Thank you for the snacks. Oh, we got multiple snacks from Ride Along Gang. Thank you. The piglets get hungry over here. Hi, MudPig. I came over from Ride Along Gang. I subscribed. Well, thank you as well. Looks like a little Ride Along Gang raid. Hi, Phil. Hi, everyone. Well, howdy. my attention to get through without running a red light. What does bobtail parking mean? Well, a bobtail is a semi without a trailer, so if a place has bobtail parking, it means it has parking for just the cab of the truck. Semi with no trailer, that's correct.
In 1¼ miles, turn left on AFG Road.
Lots of signs that say so bobtail.
Turn left on AFG Road. In 1 mile, arrive at 600 AFG
No
Road
bobtail.
on the right.
Yeah, a lot of truck stops will do that. They'll want the bobtails to park back with the big trucks, even though some truck stops want the bobtails to park up front where the cars are. It just depends on the truck stop. Hi everyone, well hello.
In arriving at 600 AFG Road on the right.
Wow, busy today.
Like it's every day now.
Yeah, we usually load up in the morning. I got rack returned for him then.
What's your name again?
First name's Phil,
Uh-huh.
last name's Pace.
All right, you know, I guess you know where to go.
Oh yeah, down to the left.
Okay, thanks.
This is always fun navigating through here. Gotta watch for trucks coming the other way because it's really only one way, but we use it both directions. You gotta make sure you don't run anything over. Love watching the trucks back up. Well, you're going to see me back up in just a second. I got to go open my doors. This thing in there. go do paperwork. morning. I just woke up. Oh, good morning. I'm just getting ready to sign off here, actually. It's going to be a minute while they unload me here, and I'm going to go in and try to help them get things done a little quicker. So I'm not going to let you all sit in an empty truck. So I'm going to say goodbye to y'all here, and it's going to be another early morning stream tomorrow. So just look out for it, and now see y'all tomorrow morning, or tomorrow whenever you guys get up. We'll put it that way. So thank you all for hanging out and riding along, and I'll see you all next time. You have a great day as well.